No, he's just coming in the door now. So yeah, we're here. Oh no, that was Daniel. But won't be long.
Well, hello and welcome to the Chang International Circuit at Buriram in Thailand. This is the first round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we are looking at a spectacular view of this Chang International Circuit. Barry Russell, great to have you alongside me for my introduction to the Asian Road Racing Championship here in Thailand. So far, it has been an absolutely spectacular weekend.
Yeah, and it's been an absolute honour to sit here. They say you should never meet your heroes, but here you are. It's been going pretty well so far, and I'm glad you've been enjoying it, Phil.
Yep, we're looking down onto the grid because we're getting ready for the first race on today's program. Yesterday, we saw a great first race for the fourth year of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And what looked like the champion that dominated last year has set about defending his championship in great style. 12 very technical corners, a lot of high speed, a lot of hard braking, and yesterday the TVS machines were really put to the test.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see from this circuit map, slipstreaming really important for these smaller engine bikes. 310cc for these singles. And and there on the grid wearing a TVS shirt is none other than the great Gary McCoy, who I was lucky enough to meet yesterday, thanks to Phil.
Yeah, the fact that Gary McCoy here is probably for a couple of reasons. He's been a long-time coach of Hunter Corney, who's making his debut in this championship this weekend. He's also the coach for the Blue Crew Asia Road Racing Championship. The Blue Crew Championship in Australia, where we're bringing young up-and-coming riders through. And Hunter Corney, the champion in that class from last year. So, yep, Gary McCoy doing a great job here with Hunter this weekend, who incidentally has qualified on the front row of the grid in his debut in the class.
Yep, and I do believe he's looking for a better result today.
Well, yesterday we saw a big moment from him, which put him a fair way back in the field. He did claw his way back, but in the end, just off the podium. But he's looking to make amends for that today. But yesterday, the champion, Hiroki Ono, absolutely unbelievable, the display that he put on. Tricky conditions with the heat, but he was peerless.
Yeah, he really controlled the race. There were riders running close to him, including Hunter, at different stages, and of course Sartak Chavan and the indomitable Ramdan Rosley. Luis Miguel got in there as well, crossing the line in second place. But he ran onto the green and got dropped back one place to third. But we saw a new rider, and a Spanish rider, on the podium yesterday. So let's have a look at the grid. So on the front row, we've got Sartak Chavan, the pole man from India. Next to him, defending champion and yesterday's race winner Hiroki Ono. Outside of him, Hunter Corney.
And the second row of the grid, we've got Ramdan Rosley, who's been fast all weekend. Kim Min Jae, the South Korean, doing a great job as well. And Charanth Viswanath, the Indian, who's also showed exceptional pace this weekend.
And on row 3, we've got the Thai rider, Ati Kangair. He was in the mix yesterday. Luis Miguel finished on the podium. And the Indonesian Rendi, we're expecting more from him today.
Kai Ahmed is on row 4 in 10th position with Farid Aziz Fariz, and then Senthil Kumar, the Indian, rounds out the 4th row.
And that leaves three more riders. The returning Arshad Rushdie, the Singaporean rider. Next to him from the Philippines, Leandro Paredes, and outside of him, there was no qualifying time recorded for Kanatat Joman, but a very, very strong Thai rider.
Yeah, we saw him make his way through the field a little bit yesterday. A couple of riders way off the track there, getting the tyres warmed up. It's not a rush to try and get back to the grid from these guys. Certainly don't need too much warming up though. The conditions very, very warm here at Buriram on Friday, near record track temperatures of 65 degrees plus.
Yeah, it was absolutely baking, and even if you walked onto the track, you could feel the heat coming through the soles of your shoes. It was absolutely crazy. And these guys did three well, not these guys, they did 2 free practice sessions, but the other classes did 3. So yeah, really tough conditions for these riders. When they're not on the bikes, they're in the ice bath, basically.
Very trick little machines too, multiply adjustable, trick little engine, and the riders able to make changes to those bikes all weekend to try and get themselves up to speed and get comfortable.
Yeah, they've been getting better and better. This is the 4th season, as you mentioned, Phil, for TVS, and they've been getting better each season. These are real race bikes for the road. A little kiss there for the number 1 from the number 1, Hiroki Ono, in this championship. He won 9 races out of 11 last year on his way to taking the title.
A dominant performance. I think one of those races that he didn't win, he actually finished in 2nd place, so still right up there. Very consistent performance as we get ready to go racing. This is race 2 for the TVS One Make Asia Championship. Lights are out and we're away. Good start from the front row of the grid. Hunter Corney was very good off the start yesterday, using that light body weight, and it looks like he that sweeps into the lead on board bike number 9. No, straight up the inside. It's Sartak, the pole sitter, that takes the lead as they come out of turn 1 and then head up this long straight through turn 2 to the very hard braking at turn 3.
Yeah, everybody got away well there, and that was a good start from Hunter Corney. Let's see what he can do on this long drag up to turn 3. They've just gone through the kink. That is turn 2.
I think it's Ono that's going to get the better on the brakes, but Hunter Corney decides to hang out wide, trying to go around the outside, maintaining a lot of corner speed there to get good drive down this straight and into the start of this very tight infield complex when they get on the brakes at the end of this straight. Hunter Corney pulls out of the slipstream of Hiroki Ono, but then hits a wall and can't make forward progress. Look at everybody now making use of that slipstream as they go 3 and 4 wide down into turn 4.
Yeah, Hunter Corney did come through well. He's got Hiroki Ono behind him, and I think that's Ramdan Rosley in P3. Yes, it is. So the field nice and tight on this opening lap, nice and clean.
Turan's made a great start too, Barry. He's up into about 5th or 6th position on board bike number 4. So he's got away very well. He was back on about the 4th row of the grid.
That's right, yeah, I did a double take just then when I saw him all the way up there.
So it is Hiroki Ono back into the lead on board bike number 1.
His customary position. I doubt whether he'll stay there because he doesn't really need to in his own mind. His plan will be to stay close to the front and then break everybody's hearts on the last lap. But it's Hunter Corney, the 14-year-old Australian, leading them through turn 12 for the first time in this 8-lap race.
Yeah, someone ran very wide on the entry into turn 12 at the completion of that first lap and has dropped way back. I couldn't quite pick up who it was, but it is Corney now that leads them through turn 1 to start this 2nd lap. Ramdan Rosley is also well placed. He'll get a good slipstream as they make their way up this straight now towards turn 3. Someone's pulled out of the slipstream very early back there and gone to the complete opposite side of the track, which is unusual. You think that the slipstream would be the thing that you're looking for here to then set yourself up for a big move on the brakes.
Yeah, it's Hiroki Ono versus Sartak Chavan into turn 3 this time, jostling for the lead.
Yeah, Sartak was very good on the brakes there. He came to the fairway back. Someone's down. We've got a couple of riders down, in fact. That's on turn 3. You can see the marshals running over there. That was bike number 11.
Kanatat Jamin, another crash out for the Thai rider.
And Senthil Kumar as well, the Indian, on board bike number 15. Senthil Kumar still trying to get his machine going.
Disappointing debut for Kanatat, who is a really good rider. I don't know what the problem is with him this weekend.
The problem is he's got another 15 or 14 very ambitious riders out there on track with him at the same time, and the competition in this class has been so good all weekend.
Very true, and we've got number 1, 2 and 3 in places 1, 2 and 3 right now.
Yeah, Sartak doing a great job there on board bike number 3. You can see him having a look up the inside of Ramdan Rosley on board bike number 2. Just couldn't quite get up there. He might have a chance here though as they go through this right-hander and now down the long straight. And the traditional out-braking manoeuvres that always occur at the final corner of the Chang International Circuit, but no one can... Oh! Hiroki Ono, did you see the slide there? He had the bike crossed up and sideways into turn 12. A couple more people running wide there. The pressure really starting to mount now as Ramdan Rosley does the fastest lap of the race, Barry.
Yeah, and Luis Miguel making his way up to the front as well. And Haziq Farouz, the number 12, he is in the mix as well. That's really good to see, because we know he's a very, very capable rider. Did some great things in underbone racing here in the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Well, and can Luis Miguel repeat yesterday's effort, where he seemingly came from absolutely nowhere to end up on the podium at the end of the race? He's been pretty much quiet for the first lap and a half, while there's been all sorts of antics going on at the front of this field, and now he's moved himself up. Well, he was in fourth position as they came across the line. Let's have a look and see where he is now on board bike number 8. He's actually pulled out of the slipstream of Hiroki Ono and now goes into the lead.
So this is good to see. New rider going to the front. Ramdan Rosley gets the best of it, coming out of the slipstream and getting through that fast turn 4.
Well, Ramdan Rosley and Luis Miguel look almost identical, both with the same white helmet, the TVS leathers, where every rider looks exactly the same, and they're leading the race at the moment in positions 1 and 2.
Yeah, it is a bit of seeing double, but it's not a heat mirage. Hiroki Ono, as ever, well placed, currently in P3. Sartak Chavan behind him, and the number 5 of Ati Kanger behind him. Ati due a podium anytime now.
And he's well placed to get the good slipstream as they come through here and then down towards the final corner. Great shot there of the run down this straight, and then how late they are on the brakes. Good news is that everyone pretty much made it through the corner. I think it was our leader ran a little bit wide. That may have been Sartak that actually ran wide as they came through turn 12 on that occasion. But back to the front, it is the number 8 machine of Luis Miguel, who was third in yesterday's race.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono having a look up inside the Spaniard. Decides just to stay behind for now. Let's see how this pans out on the drag up to turn 3. Looking around, see who else is in the mix. The usual suspects, basically. Sartak Chavan is there.
Well, 4 abreast, they had to all concertina into almost a single line as they made their way through turn 3 on that occasion.
Hunter Corney somewhere in the back of that leading group.
Yeah, he's just keeping himself well positioned, because we've just completed 3 laps, so we've got 5 laps to go. They probably know that you go to the front now, you're going to get overtaken possibly at the next corner. Straight up the inside, doesn't bother Luis Miguel. I see he had a bit of a look down there. I'm not sure what happened, whether he missed a gear with his foot or something and recovered very quickly, but it's a pretty quick reaction.
Yeah, if you hadn't seen the look down, you wouldn't have thought anything was wrong at all. Hiroki Ono trying to get up the inside of him now as they come up to turn 8.
You see Sartak there having the casual look over his shoulder just to see where everybody is, try and count the amount of riders in this group.
Well, the answer is everybody is everywhere.
So we've got the top 9 covered by 1 second. That's exactly what it looks like now as these 9 bikes make their way through the right-hander at turn 11. Well placed is bike number 3 of Sartak Chavan, pulls out of the slipstream, moves up into second position. As we come round to complete 4 laps.
So half distance, and Hiroki Ono is at the front. Sartak Chavan, P2.
Only rider in that lead group of 9 that wasn't in the 52s on that lap was Hunter Corney, who's now drifted back to 8th position on board bike number 9. You see, he didn't look like he was too concerned with trying to keep towards the front of the group. He's dropped off the back a fraction now, but we've seen him being able to drop off and then make up the distance. Look how good he is on the brakes into turn 3.
Yeah.
So he pulls up right onto the back of the group now. But the race leader, Hiroki Ono, has just been drafted past on that straight and into turn 3.
Yeah, I think you're right, Phil. I think that Hunter Corney, he's done it enough times. I mean, even me, as somebody who hasn't followed his career closely, I have seen him go from the back to the front of a group in very short order. So, showing some really good confidence.
Chirag Vishwanath has made a bit of a charge now towards the front on board bike number 4. Was very good on the brakes at that last corner.
So We've got Luis Miguel, the number 8, at the front. As you said, Chirant showing well, currently in P2. Sartak there, Ati Kanger there, and back in 5th place currently, Hiroki Ono.
There's Sartak, who was in this championship last year. Scored a few podiums as well, so he's no stranger to running at the front in this category.
He's a really quick rider. He's maturing as well. He was fast and prone to making mistakes last year. He's making fewer this year, although he did make 2 in yesterday's race.
Look at Sartak, he's got great position there as they come onto the brakes into turn 1. He's moved up now into 2nd position. There was a great drive out of turn 12, well positioned on the start-finish straight. And then a big move on the brakes has now meant that he's trying to chase down our race leader, who's just got away a fraction. That's Chirant Vishwanath on board bike number 4. Hunter Corney on the brakes, look at him there on the narrow line. He moves from 5th place up to 2nd, runs a fraction wide. You don't need a second invitation in this class to go up the inside when an opportunity presents itself, and that's exactly what I think you'll find has happened there for Hunter Corney.
He just got a little bit sideways, lost some drive.
That was Ati Kanger that took advantage.
Yeah. So there goes Chirant, enjoying his moment in the sun. Can he keep it there?
Hunter Corney proving us right with that move over the last lap or so from the back of this group up into 3rd position. You can see he can hold a very tight line through that part of the circuit as well. A lot of the riders sweeping out wide to try and keep up the corner speed. Hunter Corney's able to sit on the inside. Big look over the shoulder there from Chirant Vishwanath on board the 4.
Yeah, look
TBS
at there,
machine.
there goes Hunter Corney.
Didn't have the
P2,
second invitation.
Yeah.
I think it was about this part of the circuit yesterday where Hunter had that massive moment, and you called it, Barry, a massive tank slapper that he was lucky to stay on board the motorcycle and just dropped him out of the lead group. And that was where he charged back from to eventually finish in 6th position.
Just keeping some perspective here on what we've seen. It's going to be the 14-year-old Australian who leads them across the line this time. I was going to say that Ramdan Rosley, to give a bit of recent historical perspective, normally is right up the front. He's just a little further back than we normally see him.
2 laps to go. Hunter Corney's just done his fastest lap of the race, so perfect timing there. In fact, all of that lead group, apart from Chirant Vishwanath, were in the 51s on that occasion, all the way back to Ramdan Rosley, 51 as well. So it's, I think you called it yesterday, Barry. We're starting to get to business time in this race, and Hunter Corney is the one that's got the business socks on at the moment, and he's leading them through turn 3. And a group of 4 have just managed to get away a fraction.
Yeah, a second group with 4 behind them. And let's see who's in. Sartak is at the front of that group. He really should be at the front. Ramdan Rosley making a move now into turn 4 on the penultimate lap.
I think that was up the inside of Hunter Corney to take up 3rd position. You know the strange thing about this? There was that gap starting to develop, and the bike with number 1 on it, the reigning champion, was not in that group. Look how it's closed up now, 2 corners later, and Hiroki Ono is once again back into the equation for the race win. Big look over the shoulder once again there from Sartak.
Yeah, Sartak looking for a good result.
Very wide from Chirant Vishwanath there, out right onto the ripple strips.
Yeah, and at this stage we got the number 1, Hiroki Ono, down in about P7.
See what he can do on the brakes here into turn 12. Oh, look at Hunter Corney, great on the brakes into turn 12. Oh, big moment there. That was Hunter Corney. A massive moment. Once again, he's had a huge moment and been able to recover. Has he got a foot peg? He just went to put his foot on the peg, and it looked like there was, well, he looked like he was struggling to try and get his foot on the peg. Here we go. Well, you can see there, that's a huge, huge moment. It looks like he does have a foot peg there, but massive clash.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get his balance there. I
reckon he might have hurt his leg because he's still dangling his leg down over the side of the machine as they make their way up towards turn 3. But back to the front, it is Chirant Vishwanath on board bike number 4 that leads. Ati Kanger in there as well.
And
Where is Hiroki
Ramdan.
Ono? Back in 6th position.
Yeah, but he's with this group, but much further back than you would expect him to be at this point of the race.
Looks like we could have the first different winner in quite a while then, Barry, by the end of this race. Looking at the other riders at the front. It's
Well, shake things up, but it's Sartak versus Chiran, and going up the inside of them is
that was Atikan Gear on board bike number 5, who was holding the really tight line through turns 4 and 5.
Ramdan.
You know what's just appeared? Bike number 1. Look at him, into 4th position, looking aggressive, halfway around this last lap. There he goes, trying to go up into 3rd. No, can't quite do it.
He's got a lot of work to do in this company, Phil.
He certainly has, because there's only a couple of corners to go as we go through the left-hander, then through the right-hander and out onto the final straight, and it will be an out-braking manoeuvre here. He's back in 4th position. I think the best that he can do is hope for a podium, because it is Sartak Chavan that leads by a comfortable margin, in fact, as they come down into the final corner. They're jostling for positions for 2nd and 3rd, but I think your winner's going to be Sartak Vishwanath is... No, Sartak Chavan gets there in the end. I thought that Vishwanath had made a charge, and whilst I think Sartak was celebrating a fraction early, and I thought that Chirag Vishwanath may have just got there, but the timing monitor says the difference was 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, the momentum that Sartak got through those final few turns carried him down with a nice gap into the final turn.
You can see he's celebrating early, and then as they came to the line, I thought that maybe it was just going to be a little bit closer than that. But Chiranth will have to settle for 2nd position. Hiroki Ono, he got up to the podium, as we said. That was probably the best that he could hope for, considering where he was on that last lap.
Yeah, that's a great start to the season. It was an emphatic win yesterday. Classy win yesterday for Hiroki Ono. But that was Sartak Chavan showing that he can put a really good race together. He was 5th yesterday after a couple of errors. Today, he didn't make any errors at all. He kept himself in the right position. And that is a Sartak Chavan that we've been waiting to come through.
And the first time that Hiroki Ono hasn't won a race in this class since Sepang in Malaysia last year, where he only scored a couple of points, so not even on the podium there. But there it is, Sartak Chavan, the winner on board his Apache RR310, just ahead of Chiranth Vishwanath. Great result there for the 2 Indian riders. Hiroki Ono recovered to 3rd in the end, 0.2 of a second behind our race winner.
Yeah, and the rapid tie, Atikangar, another good race from him. He comes through in 4th. 5th, Ramdan Rosley, much further down than you'd normally expect, although he was only a 1/10 of a second behind the winner. And Haziq Farouz, good, promising performance from Haziq. Kim Min Jae was next up, good performance from him.
Yeah, Hunter Corney recovered to 8th position. Considering what happened, it could have been so much more. Arsid is back there in 9th position. Leandro Paredes in 10th, Rendy in 11th, and Kanatat back in 12th.
Yeah, Kanatat, another error, and so he didn't complete the race. Neither did Senthil Kumar. Luis Miguel, we didn't see where he went wrong, but he drifted off, and Koe Ahmed.
Well, what a start for the TVS One Make Championship. 2 different winners, great way to start off the season.
Yeah, and the podium.
Would that be Sartak's first win in the category, Barry?
Ooh, I was gonna say yes, but I will tell you in just a moment whether it was or not.
Yeah, I can see that he's been on the podium before, but according to what I can see, last year he was 2nd and he was 3rd, but he never took a race win.
Yeah, plenty of podiums, so this is an important win for him. I told him when I saw him in pit lane on the pit lane walkabout that he needed to keep it nice and smooth all the way through today, and he did exactly that. So I'm going to take some credit for that win.
Well done, Barry Russell, rider coach.
Don't fall off. Great advice. So delighted. Sal Khan looks pleased as well. Congratulations.
It's always good to see when a rider still has their helmet on and you can see the massive smile on their face, can't you, that they're so excited to take a race win.
Yeah. Congratulations from the big boss of Dunlop, Kentaro Kobayashi there. Forapong Malahuan. not racing in this class this year, but it's great to see he's so close to the action, making sure everybody's okay. Organising everybody. Such a character in Thai racing, Borapong Malahuan. There we go. And Daniel's ready for us in Parc Fermé.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
And now on the podium at Parc Fermé, at Parc Fermé we're seeing both Sarthak Chavan and Chiran Vishwanath celebrating with team leader Vorapong. Now we're gonna have a quick word with third place for the TVS race that we have just witnessed. It's gonna be Hiroki Ono, race winner yesterday. I'm gonna try and grab a quick word with him. Hiroki having a quick debrief earlier. So I'm trying to grab a quick word with Hiroki. Just trying to get Hiroki's cap now for the interview. So Hiroki's got his Dunlop cap now, so Hiroki making his way. Understandably, Hiroki's going to have a proper debrief of this one. So Hiroki, first of all, congratulations for making it on the podium. But we saw that late charge coming, but how was that race for you? Tell us about it.
Yeah, race was tough. So this third place, not happy for me. So compared to yesterday, today, very, very slow my bike, lap by lap coming down power. But anyway, finally, I concentrate on 100%. Finally, I get a podium. Yeah, this is not happy, but important for championship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Big congratulations. And in P2, we have from India, Chiran Vishwanath. We're going to try to get Chiran real quick. Chiran's still having a bit of celebration there. Let's try and get Chiran. Got Chiran right over here for the interview. So Chiran, first of all, big congratulations to you. It was a big fight for the podium in the front, and ultimately you managed to stitch it all together for a second place finish. Tell us about that race.
It's my first podium, so it's obviously a happy moment for me. Me having a tough weekend overall, starting with the engine breakdown in practice 1, practice 2, not really getting so much time on the bike, but still managing to take home a podium. It's a huge step for me, as it is my first podium. I was leading. I did some mistake in the last sector, which costed me the win. I know I have the pace to beat everyone, and that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, I'll come back stronger the next round.
Okay, thank you so much. Big congratulations. And race winner this time for race 2 here at the Chang International Circuit, Sarthak Chavan. Sarthak, it's been a good weekend for you overall. You've shown great pace, and now you're victorious in the TVS Asia 1, mate. Tell us about this race.
Yesterday was not so good. I could qualify P1, but the race did not went well because I had a big contact into turn 3 yesterday. My rear suspension just locked in the mudguard. But yes, yesterday evening, I was just thinking about what to do tomorrow. And today I did it. The last lap was really intense. My bike, I could feel a bit drop in the power. But it's still a great race. I could do a good lap time and finish in P1. After about 10 years, we will hear my nation's national anthem here at the Asian Championship. Very happy. And of course, some of them will say their bike is slow, but it's not possible because everyone here has the same bike. Thank you to TVS and ARRC for this wonderful opportunity and race. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. A big congratulations to you.
Absolutely fantastic performance there from Sarthak Chavan, who took the race win in his 3rd year in the TVS One-Mate Championship. But as they went down to turn 1 for the first time, it was Hunter Corney that led them on the brakes, but then up the inside, he had to play second fiddle to another rider. But the good news was, Barry, that they all made it through turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, this was a nice, clean race by and large. There was an early problem there for Senthil Kumar. And later we'd see one once again for Kanatak Jaiman. But at this stage of the race, early stages, Hiroki Ono very much towards the front, as was Ramdan Rosley. Sartak Chavan there all the time.
Yeah, we also saw Louis that was up there as well, because he was very good in yesterday's race. Louis Miguel on board bike number 8. Eventually the race wouldn't end the way that he wanted it to, but early on he was certainly a player.
Yeah, after being on the podium yesterday, we were looking forward to a real fighting chance for the number 8, the Spanish rider.
Hunter Corney did spend a fair bit of time in the lead group, dropped back a little bit and then was back into the lead of the race. There he is on board bike number 9 with the number 2 machine of Ramdan Rosley right behind him as they came down the final straight and on the brakes. You can see how good Hunter Corney was on the brakes there on board bike number 9, getting the better of Ati Kangia on board bike number 5. Then this massive moment, he was lucky to keep on the motorcycle, and that was the end of his race, unfortunately, as the final lap got underway.
Yeah, I thought he might have been too late to get back on the track, or he was going to go whizzing off down pit lane. But
well, it was certainly a massive, massive moment. You can see, I think he might have even hurt his leg a fraction, but at this stage it was Sartak Chavan that had a comfortable lead. It was gobbled up as they made their way down towards turn 12. Big lunge on the brakes here from Ati Kangia. Wasn't good enough, and up the inside you see Chirag Vishwanath take up the running in second position, which made it India 1 and 2 on the podium, with Hiroki Ono, the reigning champion and yesterday's race winner, rounding out that podium.
we knew that win was arriving, and there it is. He's delighted. There he is with Vorapong and Chirant.
In third place, from Japan, Hiroki Ono. In second place, from India, Chirant Vishwanath. And your race winner, from India, Sartak Chavan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now to present the third prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Kwan Meng Heng, FIM Safety Officer, to the podium. In third place, from Japan, Hiroki Ono. And now to present the second prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Eddie Saputra, FIM jury member, to the podium. In second place, from India, Chirant Vishwanath. And now to present the first prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Damodaran Krishnan, FIM Jury President, to the podium. And your race winner, ladies and gentlemen, from India, Sartak Chavan. And now we would like to invite Mr. Kwan Meng Heng, Mr. Eddie Saputra, and Mr. Damodaran Krishnan to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the TVS Asia One Make race winners. And a big thank you once again to Mr. Kwan Meng Heng, Mr. Eddie Saputra, and Mr. Tamodaran Krishnan for presenting the awards to our winners.
Well, congratulations to Hiroki Ono, who comes out of this round with the most amount of points, 41 points for the reigning champion. A good start to his championship. Sartak Shavan, the race 2 winner, will go away in second place on 36 points, and Ramdan Rosley will round out the top 3 on 31.
And we've got Ati Kangair in P4, another great race from him. Only a matter of time before we see him on the podium this year. Chirant Vishwanath, P2 today. Haziq Farouz was 6th, 7th Hunter Corney.
Yep, 18 points for Hunter Corney, not a bad start considering Kanatat, who had an unlucky weekend, back there in 12th place overall. Plenty more action coming up here from the Chang International Circuit. Race 2 for the Underbone 150 up next.
Idemitsu IRG7, race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Well, there's plenty of action down there in pit lane. Welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. We're getting ready for the next race on the program, which is the Underbone 150 class. One of the biggest classes that you can see in all of the Asian Road Racing Championship, Barry, and some of the smallest engine that we, in fact, the smallest engines that we see across all classes.
And the biggest drama too, as we saw yesterday and as we see every single time they go out. Phenomenal race yesterday. Qualifying, the whole thing. So let's look at what happened in yesterday's race 1.
What you can see there, the riders all getting ready, and as the lights went out, it was a pretty even start across the front row of the grid. The whole field charging their way down into turn 1, but it was Cheryl Sizeras on board bike number 61 that got off to an early lead. He started from pole as well.
He started from pole, so there was no danger of him scampering away in the lead. That was his teammate there, taking an early exit. But we saw, as we normally do, 15 bikes moving up and down from the front to the back, up to a half distance. The rider on your screen there, the number 87, the 2023 champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin, was featuring and looking like a strong contender for the podium.
Yeah, Fahmi Basim was also well placed on board the 222 machine. You can see him well and truly in that lead group there. The lead group did consist of 15, 16 riders at one stage. As you can see, it was very close action with the pole sitter going off all over the edge of the ripple strip there as they came round to complete a few laps in this race. And the action at the front was just getting hotter and hotter as we went on. You can see there many big out-braking manoeuvres down into turn one. Interested spectators everywhere at the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, as we got into the later stages, the two pit bike machines of AP250 and Akita were looking threatening at the front.
And also the skies were looking threatening. You could see a couple of drops of rain starting to appear, hence the flashing lights alerting the riders as they came down though to the final corners. You can see it was the pole sitter, big charge there on board bike number 43 from April King Mascado.
And that was Podium Basim that went out wide. He came back, exchanged elbows with Husni Zainal Fauzi, the number 143, but it was a clean win for the 143.
So I'm expecting just as much action in this race today too, Barry. And let's have a look at the championship points heading into this round. It is Husni Zainal that leads on 25 points. Fahmi Basim in second and Ahmed in third.
And fourth. Okay, so let's just take a look at the screen there for a moment. But there was all right, back taking a look at the grid now.
You're going to need the umbrellas down there because it is very hot, a lot of sun.
I reckon One For All are winning the noticeable umbrella competition.
And where is the point here where you can win the race on the underbones, apart from turn 12 on the last lap? Because that's what it came down to yesterday, wasn't it? There's nowhere really can get away.
Okay, let's go to Daniel, who is down there somewhere.
It's hot and sweaty out here on the grid. The skies are absolutely clear, completely different to what the forecast said once again. But we're going to spin around and have a chat with April King Mascado. So April, yesterday a bit of a tough day for you in the end. Could you tell us a bit about what happened?
Yeah, a little bit problem in my bike, and I think this is a race too. My mechanic give the best for my bike, and I'm feeling good. Yeah, hopefully this race too can lucky for us.
We saw Kyle take a fantastic podium yesterday. Is that motivation for you as well?
Yes. I motivate and I be competitive. And Kyle told me that be strong. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to go one road down, and we're going to go talk to one of the pink bikes. One of the riders who favors the color pink is none other than Aditya Fauzi. So what I'm going to ask him is that he's changed bikes from Yamahas to Hondas, and I want to see how he's adapting to it. So Aditya, ini adalah motor baru untuk Aditya untuk musim ini, dari Yamaha hingga Honda. Bagaimana Aditya beradaptasi dengan motor baru?
Ya, saya dan tim sudah melakukan beberapa tes di Indonesia dan hasilnya cukup baik, dan pengalaman baru di kali ini saya memakai motor Honda.
Thank you, Aditya. Good luck for this one. So what I was saying was the team have done a lot of testing back in Indonesia. They've had positive results, and it's a new experience for him now riding a Honda in this class as opposed to the Yamaha he's gotten used to. So Aditya looked pretty quick yesterday. He was well within the front group. So now we're going to head a few roads down and talk to the only Thai representative on this grid for the Underbone 150. It's none other than Pirapong Lubumpeng, starting from 21st in this race. And he's riding once again for Team One For All. So let's have a quick word with Pirapong. They're actually adjusting his master cylinder real quick, so I'm just going to interrupt. So Pirapong, you're the only Thai rider on the grid once again for the Underbone 150s. Do you have any words for the Thai fans watching you today?
ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกท่านนะครับที่มาคอยเชียร์ผมในสนามนี้แล้วก็เราก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับ Thank Thank for support me ครับ
Thank you so much for your good luck for this race. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Daniel. Great to hear from the riders down there on the grid. And yes, you can see the conditions vastly different to what they were yesterday. The cloud was starting to come over. Track temperature had dropped a fraction for their race yesterday. Then we had those drops of rain on the final lap that caused a few of the riders to possibly not ride as hard as what they had been earlier on in the race. And eventually was a good result for all of them to make it to the finish with those tricky conditions. But today, we're looking forward to 8 very hectic laps.
Yeah, Cheryl Shazras was disqualified for a technical infringement yesterday. Farming Bassam came through in P2 on the adjusted results. The 2024 champion. And there is yesterday's race winner, Husni Zainal Fauzi for LFN, or Zaya LFN H Putra. Couple of sides to the garage, but brilliant performance from him. Fantastic to see him in as a regular rider in UB150s.
Yeah, good to see the champion up there on the podium in that first race, but also the runner-up from last year as well, Barry, in position number 4 for Akita Ziz.
And we know the quality of this rider, Amaral Arif Musa, this season on for Maestro NWN SCK. SCK is a legendary team in this paddock. So great to see them on good form.
Good shot there of how very little motorcycle there is that these riders are punting around at insane speeds. And how they were able to yesterday get their head right down behind that very small piece of front cowl, almost seeming to peer out between the little gap between the handlebars.
Yeah, they actually do. Daniel and I did some close work research on this, and that's actually what they're doing. They're looking through that little gap. April King Moscado, hoping for better things today.
Yeah, he had a mechanical from yesterday, if I remember correctly, and he pulled off coming down the final straight from turn 11 to turn 12.
Yeah, and there is the great Wayuaji Trilaksana, 2 times champion, owner of RaceX 60 team. 60, of course, from his race number. But they both had a good result yesterday. He was 9th.
Tell you what, there's been some wild helmet designs this weekend. That one is right up there.
Yeah, it definitely is. Dimas Juliet Moko is his teammate. He finished 7th.
You can see also there how skinny the tyres are on these underbone 150 machines.
Yeah, that's a good shot there, Phil, of the gap between that little top fairing and the main nose fairing.
You'd have to be able to get your head down a long way to be able to see through that little gap. But as we saw yesterday, there was a couple of times there where you would swear they're not even looking at the road. They just got their head down trying to get maximum aero efficiency.
Yeah, when you know the circuit, you can count. You need a bit of confidence, but you can. 1, 2,
I don't know how
3.
well I know the circuit. I don't think I'm ever going to be counting, Barry. You wouldn't want to get it a fraction wrong, especially not at the pace that these bikes are going at.
Tend to agree. Good shot of the front row there. Pole position, number 61. Cheryl Shazras next to him. Number 198 of Owen Sanjaya.
His Super Pole lap, Cheryl Shazras, was absolutely unbelievable, wasn't it? Riding to the absolute limit of the machine.
Yeah, that's the bike of a couple of late adjustment there for Afif Amran, the number 50. Hopefully nothing serious there.
I don't know if you can hear that coming through like we can hear it here with the grandstand, but that sounds like absolute thunder, doesn't it, once all of those bikes down there on the grid start up?
It does. If you're close to one of them when they're revving up, it's just the frequency that rattles your eardrums.
And you can feel the pressure coming out of the exhaust when they start up next to you as well.
Yeah.
Very, very tricky little machines. The racing is super exciting, as you're about to see, as we get ready on this final warm-up lap. 4.5 kilometres of the Chang International Circuit, an 8-lap journey. One last opportunity to get some warmth into the tyres, get yourself ready. What is going to be 8 laps of frantic action. And starting from the front row of the grid, it is Cheryl Shazras, Fahmi Bassem in 2nd, and Husni Zainal in 3rd.
Yeah, leading row 2, Owen Sanjaya for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Next to him, April King Moscado. He's due a good result for UMA Racing Philippines, and Hafiz Farel Rashidan behind him.
Yeah, only one Honda in the top 6. Gupta Kresna is in 7th position. Nazarel Izzat in 8th, and Adita Fuzi in 9th.
Race Tech 60s, Dimas Juliet Moko starts 10th. Next to him, Afif Amran for Pittsbike Superfast, and Waiwaji Trilaksana for Race Tech 60.
John Harrison Incognito, the Filipino rider for the 41 1SM Evo Yamaha team, in 13th. Masato Fernando, another Filipino rider, in 14th, and the Malaysian Amrad Fazul in 15th.
Yeah, the evergreen Fazrul. And 16th, Adib Arshad. Next to him, Akid Aziz, just second in the championship last season, and Dawizi Ahmad Sahia starts 18th.
Massive field of riders. Kiki Sudaban in 19th, Amrul Arif in 20th, and Pirapong Lubipeng, the local hero, in 21st.
And from the Philippines, Anjay Sobretodo starts 22nd, 23rd, Mohamed Febriancia, and next to him, Shamil Amshar Effendi, the number 31.
Field rounded out by Tegun Amarul and Afiz Supat as we get ready to go racing.
Those two riders aboard the Vosges machines.
Yeah, that's the brand new machine, isn't it?
Yeah, the brand new Chinese machine.
That they're hoping this weekend to finish the races and pick up lots of data, getting ready for the next round.
Yeah, that team being run by none other than Aslan Shah, hence the AS25 in the name. Here they come round to the grid. Pretty much, I know it's hot, but pretty much perfect conditions. Easy for us to say in an air-conditioned studio.
Well, even the air conditioning struggling at just a fraction, because it is very, very hot here. It'll be up around, have to be up around 35 degrees down there. The track temperature would have to be pushing up towards 60, maybe even 60 plus, like we saw on Friday too, Barry.
Yeah, a bit of cloud cover means that it's just 34 degrees.
Just 34 degrees, perfect.
And there is the evergreen Fazrul Sham, the number 11 on the Cardinals Factory Yamaha. That very distinctive mint green number 17 coming through, that's of the Philippine rider, Masato Fernando.
No one is in a hurry to get back to the grid. You think they'd want to be getting the race underway. Look at the teams there all looking on nervously. Cheryl Shizras comes up to take up his position on pole position, as we mentioned, the only Honda in the top 6. Field dominated by Yamahas here this weekend.
Coming late to the grid there. Second but one rider coming to the grid is Waiwaji Trilaksana. There he is, trundling through on the left, just filtering through the lanes until he gets to his place on row 3, I think it is.
Red flag staying there for a long time at the front of the grid until everyone's taken up their positions. Looks like we're ready to go racing now. Race 2 for the Underbone 150 class. Great start there as the lights go out. A good start from the pole man on board bike number 61 as he blasts his way down towards turn 1. They all get into his slipstream immediately and pulling out straight away. It was Hasni Zainal on board bike number 143, and he will lead them up the straight to turn 3 for the first time.
Yeah, great start from Husni from the middle of the front row. Everybody away cleanly, which is always good to see in a packed field like this. Ooh, darting to the outside there was number 23, Gupta Krishna.
They fan out about 11 abreast as they go down into turn 3 for the first time. Lots of very creative lines there as they go around. Who was that going high and wide around the outside? Speedway style there, keeping up the corner speed. I think that may have been the 177 machine of Adita Fuzi. But down towards turn 4 we come, utilising the slipstream there. Plenty of riders pulling out. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes in this early part of this race? It's number 23, Gupta Kresna, that takes the lead.
Yeah, Gupta, I think he just passed on the brakes then. So definitely the bravest.
Oh, right out over the track.
Yeah, that was
that Ahmed Fazrul?
Yeah.
I think he was lucky too. I think there may have been a bit of a contact there that helped him get assisted off the circuit. Up the inside on the fluoro machine, it's April King Moscato, well placed in third now.
Yeah, that is a good start for the Filipino.
He was on row 3 or 4, so he's made his way forward over this first half a lap.
Yeah, Husney dropped back a little bit, I think. Looking back now to Fahmi Bassam, the 2024 champion. Great start yesterday. Finished second after the adjustments to the finishing order.
Oh, big move on the brakes there into the final corner to complete this first lap by the 198 machine of Arwin Sanjaya. You can see there he's just looking straight down. The rider pulls out of the slipstream. That's bike number 50 coming up now, Ahmed Afif.
Yeah, Afif Amram, I was looking at him in warm-up today, and he was quick. He was the quickest in warm-up. But there was something about the way he was riding. He just looked light and comfortable, like he was riding effortlessly. It might be my imagination, but let's see how this pans out in the race. He was there yesterday on the podium, of course.
So keep your eye on board bike number 50, Barry Russell's pick for something special in this race.
Oh my goodness, why don't I just keep my mouth shut?
Well, your record's been pretty good so far this weekend, Barry, so you never know. He might be hoping that so good luck for him as we look at the field. Oh, someone way off the track. Was that April King Moscato again?
I'm not sure.
He had a bit of a moment yesterday and was off the circuit. Looked like his bike, the 43 machine. Let's see if it is in that lead group. Can't see it there. So maybe it was him off under the grass. You could see a massive big dust cloud coming up. They made their way back down towards turn 4.
Yeah, we often see those off-track excursions on the run down to turn 12. It's quite unusual to see it there.
So up towards the back end of the circuit we go, furthest away from the pit complex. Jockeying for position. Well, someone ran wide there. That was just out of shot. You can see, I think that was the 222 machine of Fahmi Bassam, who's dropped way back now in this group.
Yeah, he needs to make his way back up. He's got 6 or so laps to do it. And that is doable using slipstream and getting up through. Coming up towards the front now is the number 87 of Nazrul Izzat. Very close to the front indeed.
In fact, he could lead them as they come across the line. You can see the way they're aggressively picking them up out of the final corner. Now it is the 23 of Gupta Kresna that will lead them across the line, but Aditya Fuzi's done the fastest lap of the race on that first flying lap, a 2:01.648. In fact, he's the only rider across the entire field, Barry, that's gone into the 2:01s on that first flying lap.
Yeah, and Aditya Fauzi on a Honda for the first time this year. Different characteristics for the Honda engine. It does go well through the turns, a little bit slower out of the corners.
Someone was almost on the grass there as they made their way down towards turn 3. But Aditya Fauzi, as you mentioned, switching brands. He was third in the championship on the Yamaha last year.
Yeah, and that was his rookie year. And one of the remarkable things about him was that he really loved to race at the front.
So it is still Gupta Kresna that leads them on the way down towards turn 4, but he's going to be absolutely swamped here. Look at them all lining up to have a go at him. He's going to be lucky to remain in the top 6 as they come through turn 4 on that occasion. Look at that lead group. So much jockeying for position. It's not unusual to see riders move up 3 and 4 positions on the run into a corner.
Very tightly backfield, 2 seconds covering the top 20.
This is closer than Moto 3 at its best. They're a lot smaller, they can fit a lot more of them in.
Well, that's true.
When Sanjay has dropped back from that lead group back into a 14th position, I think it was him that took the excursion off the onto the grass about half a lap ago. Starting to try and work his way forward now from 14th position. And the local hero Pirapong Lubipeng is back in 15th position as well, on board bike number 24.
Yeah, he needs to make his way up as well at some stage. Yeah,
that was Arwin Sanjaya again off onto the dirt.
Again, yeah. It's nice and dry after drying out all day today.
Just a quick look there to make sure that he was where he thought he was on the track from our new leader, Husni Zainul. Up the inside, it is Nazarul Izzat, comes back into the lead.
Yeah, good to see him featuring once again.
I love that though, Barry. He outbreaks the rider into the corner and then immediately has a look over his shoulder to see who's behind him. That would be the rider that you've just overtaken.
Yeah, that's it. And I saw the lap before, I saw Nazarul give a kind of admonishing glance across to whoever was inside him at the time. I think it was Husni.
So Husni's back to second position now. They found out once again across the circuit. His teammate Gupta Kresna up there as well.
Yeah, this is another good race for Gupta Kresna. Was threatening all day yesterday. Ended up 5th. He is looking really good here.
Down into turn 4. It's one of the Zaire LFN machines that looks like he's in the lead. Oh, someone very wide there. Was that our pole man on board the other 61 machine?
Yeah,
I think he was very wide going through turn 4. Let's have a look and see where he is. Because his teammate had a bit of an up and down day yesterday. Crashed out early in the first race.
Nazarul looking really determined, as he did at the stage of the race yesterday, that something happened and he dropped back. Hopefully that won't happen today.
When Sanjay has made his way back towards the front of this group as well. And see him there on the 198 bike.
Yeah, just keeping track of the number 50, Afif Ran. He's right back in that group, but looking pretty comfortable, as is his teammate, Akid Aziz. Well, there's 2 UMA machines there. 27 and the 87. 27, Adib Arshad. So the 2 Malaysian UMA Racing Yamahas making their presence felt.
Now, I wasn't sure if it was Husni Zainul or his teammate Gupta Kresna, but one of them was adjusting something on the handlebars of his bike as he came down the start-finish straight on that occasion. They've both gone back to the lead in this race. They were positions 1 and 2. Now they're positions 1 and 3 as we round turn 3.
Yeah, and One for All's Pirapong, the sole tie rider, the number 24 there on the red bike. Having all sorts of elbow exchanges.
Well, on the last lap, Barry, he picked up 5 positions, so he's certainly on the move at the moment.
Let's see if he can sustain it. Podium long overdue for the tie rider. And it is Wayuaji Trilaksana in the lead on the number 60, the Race Tech 60 machine.
That's certainly nothing unusual. He's done that plenty of times before.
Yeah, he has, and he's come from nowhere to win races before as well.
How many years has he been racing in this class? Because I think when the Asian Championship came to Australia back in about 18-19, he would have been racing in this class then from memory.
Oh yeah, and he was champion in about 2015, and then that year I think 2019 as well. So yeah, I mean, undervote racing, it's not necessarily a stepping stone to anything else. There are all throughout Malaysia and Indonesia, there are just professional undervote racers. That's what they do.
Oh, and that's what Wayuaji Trilaksana is doing at the moment. He's running at the front in this field. Surprisingly, everybody was on track there and no one ran off over the ripple strips.
There's the 51 and the 50, Afif Amran, with 3 laps remaining, making their way to the front. Give it a Krishna once again. 2 bikes at the front have got 4 championships between them. Give it a Krishna and Wayuaji.
And Ahmad Dawizi's having a much better ride than yesterday, where he saw him finish the race very, very early on board bike number 51. He actually led them across the start-finish line. You can see him weaving around there trying to get position. Now he pulls to the very outside of the circuit. How was the manoeuvring there?
Yeah, I think the number of weaves you can do is limited technically, but...
Arwin Sanjaya, who's just moved up into second, Barry, crossed the line in 14th position. We're at turn 2 on this, or turn 3 on this lap, and he's moved up into the lead.
Well, he did get a fairly decent draft, and that proves it on that long run up from turn 1 to turn 3.
Now, you want close quarters racing? have a look at the underbone class there as we make our way into turn 4. Oh, the two teammates are well placed here for our race leader. Arwin Sanjaya, his teammate, coming up from behind as well. That'll be Dimas Julie.
Yeah, all the suspects are there. Nazarul, Afif, Akid Aziz must be. We ought to have a look for him.
Dieter Fusi, who we heard from down on the grid, now well placed as well on the 177 machine.
Yeah, he's really making that Honda work well.
Oh, how was the lean angle from some of those bikes as they were going through there? Here we go, down the final straight and into turn 12 to come round and complete 6 laps. There will be 2 more laps to go after this. The real jockeying for position is about to really get underway.
Fahmi Bassam back in the mix there as well.
It's good to see that nothing changed too, Barry. There's about 2 seconds covering the top 20 as they make their way across the line. 2.1 seconds, in fact, covering the top 20 as they complete lap 6. Fahmi Bassam was our race leader as they came across the line. By the time they get to turn 1, he's pretty much been swamped.
Yeah, Husni, yesterday's winner, back in 16th. 1.5 seconds down as they cross the line. Let's see how he does on this penultimate lap.
Aditya Fusi as well too on the 177. Charging through.
Yeah, great work for the JPNW. Mounted Indonesian. Did brilliant things with Racetech 60 team last year. Change of bike, change of team for him.
Look at Pierpong in the middle of the action there on the 24 bike. He dropped back to 13th as they came across the line. And as we pile into turn 4, he's up there challenging for the lead.
Ooh. Look at Aditya, Afif Amran. Dimas Julie coming in very late, but making it stick into turn 5. What a move that was.
This is certainly not the class to race in if you're worried about personal space. Look how close they are there. Oh, so much jockeying for position through that infield section. Oh, is that... I think that may have been Arwen Sanjaya that was well and truly off the track. They came out of turn 6. Look at them now. Yeah. Well, we're getting round to the final couple of corners on the penultimate lap.
You said to watch out for Husni. He's up into about 6th place now.
And your man Ahmad Afif on board bike number 50. Looking to try and position himself on this last lap as well. Oh, bit of a slide there. I think that was from Dimas Julie. He was lucky to get it into the corner and maintain his momentum. Final lap, 4.5 kilometres to go, Barry, as they come down towards turn 1 to start this last lap.
It's going to be Waiuaji that leads them through turn 1 and on the long drag up to turn 3. He just got a little bit of a gap there, but that is sure to disappear.
It'll evaporate quicker than the water on the track yesterday afternoon in the heat. As we make our way up towards through turn 2 and into turn 3. This is where all the creative lines are. The track gets very, very wide here as we make our way, charging through like an absolute bullet. It was the 51 machine of Ahmed Dawizi. Where did he come from?
Well, he got a draft from someone, that's for sure.
He got a draft from the entire field. As we go towards turn 4 now, you can see one rider's just dropped off the back of that group.
Husni back up towards the front, but wow, look at this. Gupita, Dimas Julie competing for the exit of turn 4. Dicha Fauzi in there as well. Waiuaji coming through. And Dimas Julie, he does it again. That wide line into turn 5. He's been practicing that. He's got a Dicha Fauzi in his wheel tracks.
He doesn't mind holding that wide line. It seems to work through him through that part of the track at the most important time of the race. On this last lap, oh, there's a bit of biff and barge. Back there at about 7th or 8th position. Bikes swerving all over the place. But it is Dimas Julie that is in the lead. He holds that position as they come through these corners. He will get swamped down that last straight, but it's going to be who's the latest and bravest on the brakes. He still holds the lead now as we go left and right and set sail for turn 12, the scene of all of the action in yesterday's race. Oh, how close is that?
Waiuaji, Fahmi Bassam barging their way through. And Aditya on the grass.
Plenty of them off onto the grass. Who's the latest on the brakes into the final corner? I think you'll find that was the 23 machine of Gupta Kresna, and he's going to take the win, Barry. Gupta Kresna comes across the line. Oh, big
no!
Crash. Big crash.
Oh,
later back in the field.
That was a heart-stopping moment for Wayuaji Trilaksana.
A couple of the bikes all coming together as they came across the line, but it's Gupta Kresna that takes the win from Aditya Fuzi, and Dimas Julie doing a great job there to hold on to third position.
Yeah,
the race result is under investigation. Well, you could throw a blanket across them as they came across the line. Having a look at the final results, there was 2 seconds back to 21st position.
I think that was April King, the other rider involved in that, but that was heart-stopping. You just hope and pray that nobody's going to hit the rider when they go down. There was a clash between Dimas Julie and Nazrul Izzat. Aditya 177 keeping himself clear, and April King, I think maybe Wayuaji touched the back. Oh, look at him.
Well, Wayuaji was very lucky there to not get run over by the rider behind.
Yeah, you saw how he tucked himself up to keep himself, make himself as small as possible in that hazardous situation. But great to see a win for the number 23, Gupta Kresna. New team for him this season.
So 5th place in the championship last year, and he starts off the first round of 2025 with a race win. And a 5th place in yesterday's race as well in the amended results. So it's going to put him in a very good position as we head into round 2 of the championship.
These results are under investigation as well. No question about the win for Gupta Kresna. He was nowhere near any of the argy-bargy.
That was a clean move on the brakes, wasn't it, to get him into turn 12 and out of turn 12 with still plenty of drive.
And if the results stand, this is very good news for Husni Zainal Fauzi, thinking about the championship.
Yeah, race win yesterday and possibly a 4th place for today. We're waiting to confirm that, though, once we see the race results. There it is. There's the winner. There's no question about that, as you mentioned. 2nd and 3rd look also pretty clear.
Yeah, I think it's really this is what's under investigation there.
Is the rule here that you have to be attached to your motorcycle as you came across the line?
Yeah, I noticed as Dimas Julie went across the line, he stood up on the pegs and leaned his head over the front of the nose as though he was trying...
like in a running race.
Right, in a running race, absolutely, yeah. I'm sure that was...
You're trying to push it across the line.
It was the impulse, yeah.
He realised that it was pretty close, but there is confirmation of your winner, Gupta Kresna. Mazia LFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34 team. That is a mouthful of a team name as well, I've got to say.
It certainly is, but a hell of a team too.
And they're celebrating in style, look at them.
Yeah, I don't think these first 3 are under any threat from the race result investigation. There you are.
That's Dimas Julie there celebrating as well. He was at the front pretty much the entire race, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, really good work. Yesterday he was too, but didn't quite get himself onto the podium. There's that very nice looking machine of Aditya Fauzi, the 177. Honda on the podium, which is great to see. JPNW machine. Pit lane absolutely crammed next to the Parc Fermé.
How many members are there of that winning team? Look at them, they've all got the team.
It's a huge team.
On.
Yeah, it's a huge team. You've got the Zaire LFN, you've got the other LFNs. They've got maybe four bikes in this category, but yeah, it's a big team.
And it seems like each bike has about 3 mechanics as well.
Yeah, and they've got the 250 with Murable Vitoni this season as well.
So the Indian flags are certainly getting a workout this weekend. The Indonesians have come back in a vengeance with a great result.
Yeah,
in the underbone race. What's that? The top 4, I think, in this race.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, top 4. National Izak came through in 5th provisionally, and we're going to go down to Daniel in Parc Fermé.
So Gupita, what a fantastic race it was, a fantastic last lap. Proper battle is always in underbone ski. Tell us about that race.
Ya, sebelumnya saya terima kasih kepada GR Racing Team dan kru dan mekanik dan bos sudah mempercayai saya untuk balap ARRC di tahun 2025 ini. Ya, ini saya pertama kali first time juara di Thailand di kelas UB150cc. Tahun-tahun lalu saya tidak pernah podium, paling bagus cuman di posisi 6 aja, tapi syukur alhamdulillah di race 2 di 2025 ini saya bisa podium pertama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gupita. Congratulations. Our translation was that. It was a big thanks to the team and the boss for all their hard work. And he's never been on the podium before in Thailand, but he managed it now. And it's a fantastic, he's very grateful for this victory. And as you can see, big celebrations. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
The big celebrations, that's an understatement. That's a huge celebration there.
It's fantastic stuff. Let's have a look at how that panned out.
Well, as they got off the line, it was the pole sitter that got a great start. And Cheryl Yuzi came down into turn 1 with the lead, but it was immediately swamped as they made their way up the back straight. And look who it was Gupita Kresna, the eventual race winner, that was in the lead early on.
Yeah, he kept himself really well positioned, as he did yesterday. He was 5th yesterday, so this is good points scoring for him this weekend.
His teammate Husni Zainul was also very, very fast on the 143 machine.
Fantastic weekend for them. And there was Husni, not for the only time, leading them across the line in this race. There was 5 laps remaining at this point, and Dimas Julie looking aggressive all the way through.
He was another runner that had multiple occasions where he was in the lead of the race. His teammate on board bike number 60, Waju Aji Trilaksana, was also doing a great job. You can see him there coming up the outside, trying to take the lead, the most experienced rider in the field.
Yeah, and a FIFM ran, that's Darweezy, 51, followed by the 50, a FIFM ran, who ended up in 7th.
Aditya Fuzi back into the lead as well, and then he was immediately swamped. As is typical in the underbone 150 class, there's 12 corners in this track. There were so many overtaking manoeuvres every single lap of the 8-lap race. It was hard to try and keep up with who was where in the race. Plenty of riders running off the circuit as well, but Gupita Kresna was always running around in that first 5 or 6 bikes, positioning himself perfectly. You can see him there, back up into 2nd position on board bike number 23.
Yeah, the LFN machines, the Racetech 60 machines, they're all there. Nazrul Izzat there, Fahmi Bassam there. Look at that close quarter racing.
Look at that, he was in the lead from halfway down the back straight and managed to hold off the charge here from everybody. Gupita Kresna, the Indonesian rider, look at him sweep across the front there. As they came to the line, there was also this big crash just behind them. Waju Ali Trilaksana was getting cleaned up there and lucky to not get hit by following riders, but it was Gupita Kresna that took the race win from Aditya Fuzi and Dimas Julie. So we've seen an India 1-2 in the first race of the day, and Indonesia 1-2-3-4 in the second race. Gupita Kresna taking the win after 8 laps, and Aditya Fuzi only 0.3 of a second behind Barry.
Yeah, and I think these results are going to stand.
Well, let's head down to the podium with our top 3.
In 2nd place, from Indonesia, Aditya Fauzi. And your race winner from Indonesia, Gupita Kresna Wardana. And the best team for the Underbone 150 Race 2, Zier LFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat, FM Asia President, to the podium. In third place, from Indonesia, Dimas Juli Atmoko. In second place, from Indonesia, Aditya Fauzi. And the race winner for the Underbone 150 Race 1 from Indonesia, Gupita Kresna Wadana. And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Mr. Tanai Sri Chan Vitayarom, Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, to the podium. And the best team for the Underbone 150 Race 2, Zier Elephant HP 969 MCR RBT 34. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat and Mr. Tanai Sri Chan Vitayarom to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the Underbone 150 Race 2 winners. Karapiat and Mr. Tanai Sri Chan Vitayarom for presenting the awards to our winners.
What a race for the Zier LFN team. Here are the championship standings.
Yeah, Husni Zainul leads on 38 points. Only 2 points behind. It is our second race winner, Gupita Kresna, 36 points, and Fahmi Basim in third on 28.
And Aditya Fauzi on the podium today. He's placed fourth with 25 points. Also on 25 points is Afif Amran. And Dimas Juliat Moko for Race Tech 60, 23 points.
Yeah, Kidders is in 7th on 23, and Narul Izzat in 8th place on 17. And Arwin Sanjaya 9th, and Hafiz Farul rounds out your top 10 on 14 points. So plenty more action coming up here from the Chang International Circuit. This is the first round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. AP250 up next. And welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. It is the first round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We're 2 races into the afternoon program, Barry Russell, and what a fantastic group of races we've had so far. We've had the TVS One Make Series, we've had the Underbone 150 that never fails to excite, and now we're moving on to another exciting class and another one with a huge packed grid, the AP250s.
Yeah, 29 bikes on this AP250 grid, and probably half of those riders capable of landing on the podium. Absolutely phenomenal field. Let's have a look at yesterday's race.
And what a great one it was as the field blasted off the line for the Astra Honda Racing team. The rider started from pole position and they were all well placed as they went down into turn 1 for the first time. It was the 39 machine of our pole sitter that got the jump. Unfortunately, his race was to not go the way that qualifying had gone for him.
Yeah, that was an early bath there for Shunchen Zhang on the TY Antares Yamaha. And there was his teammate with a flat rear tyre, Rishi Takahira.
Yeah, that was early on in the race too, wasn't it? So yeah, very disappointing for him.
But back at the front, I think some of the riders were worried that Kritapat was going to escape, but in fact he didn't.
Well, that was what his qualifying performance had indicated was going to happen. Then we saw this big moment, and that rider was very lucky to survive that with no significant injuries, Irfan Haymal.
Yeah, he walked away. Back at the front it was, as the race got to half distance, Kritapat at the front.
And Fadila Arbi in there as well on board that 93 machine, constantly challenging for the race lead.
Yeah, and Chandra as well, Chandra Hermwan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Murabil Vitoni just dropping back a little bit at this point. There were a couple of laps remaining.
Yeah, with 3 laps to go, Davide Britano, who was eventually on the podium, was back in about 6th or 7th position with a lot of work to do. As it always does in this class, it came down to the last couple of corners. And in this race, on the final lap, it came right down to the final corner. You can see our pole sitter tries the big move up the inside, gets into the corner, then realises halfway as he was going to try and tip into the corner, there was no way he was getting the bike stopped. And in the end, it was a comfortable 2-second plus win for Adila Arbi on board the 93 machine. Chandra finished in 2nd position on board bike number 88. And our pole sitter eventually limped across the line in 16th position and no championship points.
Yeah, he couldn't get that bike back up again. He couldn't get it to engage gear, so unfortunately for him. But no doubt about the win for Fadila.
And Kritapat will be looking for redemption in today's race as he blasts off from pole position once again. The 12 corners here at the Chang International Circuit, and as we've seen already today and in that highlights from yesterday's race, turn 12, a critical part of this circuit.
Yeah, it really is. Overtaking points at also turn 1 and turn 3 and turn 5.
We've seen a lot of action at turns 4 and 5 today with some creative lines.
Yeah,
we get ready to head down to the grid. Look at that field. We mentioned it before with the underbones, how packed the grid was. Certainly no different with the AP250s. Some magnificent looking little bikes down there. Great to see the huge crowd at the pit walk at lunchtime too, Barry.
Yeah,
all taking advantage. All the teams out there signing cards, and one of the most interesting things I saw was teams signing cup noodle boxes for you to take away and have lunch with a signature on it.
Yeah, I've got one of them.
Absolutely fantastic.
There it is, absolutely packed, as you said, Phil, down on the grid. Those umbrellas were around the 157 machine of Murabil Vitoni. There is Kritapat, rising star in Thai racing.
Well, and with the big Thai crowd backing him, who knows what he'll be able to do today. Challenging for that race win yesterday, but unfortunately the last corner caught him out, and this man stood at the top of the podium after yesterday's race. In the end, a comfortable win by over 2 seconds. That doesn't tell the whole story of the race.
Very mature ride from him. And Daniel's down on the grid.
So it's still hot and pretty humid on the grid here for the AP250 class, but it's actually a few degrees cooler than it was for the past few days. We're looking at about 35 degrees Celsius. I'll try to get track times from Sal Khan from Dunlop later on. But for now, let's talk to an exciting name in the AP250 class, Murabil Vitoni. I'm going to ask him how he's feeling being new in this category. So, Murabil baru dalam kategori AP250, tetapi Murabil sudah terlihat sangat cepat. Apa target Robby untuk perlombaan ini?
Ya, untuk target sendiri memberi yang terbaik buat tim dan adaptasi yang memuaskan. Mungkin di race kali ini saya bisa memberi yang terbaik lah buat tim.
Thank you so much, Robbie. Good luck for this race. So basically what he said was he's hoping to give the best result for the team, and he's hoping that in this race, in race 2, that he can give the best result possible, aka hopefully a victory for him. So now we're going to spin down to the 4th row on the grid. Just bumped into one of the crew over there. And we're going to talk to a rider who comes down from the World Super Sports class, Galang Hendra. A very popular name. So Galang, you're joining us for this season with a team that you said is based in your hometown. So tell us how it's going now with the team.
Well, the first race was really tough because we have to start with the new setup. And yeah, the top guy are the factory team. And now we know already all the data, all the setup, try to go to them. And now step by step, after the warm-up session, we have some good setup and try in race 2. I will do my best.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race.
Thank you.
So now we're going to head down a couple more roads. We're going to talk to one of the fast, young, talented Malaysian riders, as far as Putra. We first saw him in this stage in the Underbone 150 class with the same outfit, actually, with the Cardinals team. And he was looking absolutely rapid on that baby blue machine. So let's have a chat with the young talent from Cardinals, who's riding on the Yamaha R3, and he's already putting on a good smile there. He's always got a nice smile. Faris, so into the AP250 class. I've seen you ride 250s before, and you were very, very quick. This time it looks a bit tough for you. Can you tell us how it's happening?
So this is our first race in AP250 for Cardinal Racing team. So we just, for the first round, we collect the data, and we will see for the second round at Sepang.
Thank you so much, Faris. We're looking forward to that. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
Well, very mature response from Faris Putra there.
Yeah, it's good to see new riders coming into the class as well, but he looks like he's showing a fair bit of pace. But when it's always tough when you've got riders like the class of Galang Hendra Pratama, who's coming back from the World Supersport 300 Championship, where he had some excellent results over the last couple of years as well. Kandra was also very fast yesterday, wasn't he, on board bike number 88?
Yeah, he did really well. Just lost off a bit of ground at the end, but made it back up, and great performance here from Davino Britani.
Well, he was, I think, 6th halfway around the last lap and ended up 3rd on the podium. So doing a great job there.
And there's the 108. Great to see the 108 back of Andy Mohammed Fadli, his old team, but not his own bike. He was riding a twin last time, back in 2023, or 2022, sorry. Now he's on a 4-cylinder machine, which is a lot heavier, and he is struggling to come to terms with that. But he will make it.
I think it's the 2nd year now for the ZX25, isn't it, Barry, in this championship?
Yeah, great development work done by Aiki Yoshi on that machine, you have to say. He just missed out by photo finish on a win at Sepang last year. Shami Amaturel just preparing himself for the off. And there is Cal Vietnam. Oh, sorry, not Cal Vietnam. I was reading the leathers, not the bike. That is Nguyen Hu Tri, Vietnamese rider. One of 3 on this grid, which is a great thing to see. As they clear the grid now. Nice shot of the front of that Yamaha of Galang Hendra.
And the top 3 from this championship last year, not racing in this championship this year. They've all moved up.
Yeah, so Herjan and Ferozi have gone up. And
Ramadeepa was third in the championship.
oh, Ramadeepa is on international duty. Yeah.
Yep. So the top three all gone, and Agaska, Debani, Laksana, and Aki Ayoshi, the two top riders from last year. But your grid looks like this. It's Kritapat on pole position in front of his home fans. Fadila Arbi in second and Riichi Takahara in third.
On row 2, Murabul Vitoni, we heard from just now. Next to him, yesterday's P2 winner was Kandra Hermawan. Davina Brittani, after a great race yesterday, he finished third.
Irfan Haikal in 7th place. Azam Ikmal in 8th. And Daniel Shaim, the Filipino rider, in 9th.
On row 4, we've got Galanhindra Pratama for Yamaha BAF Yamalube. Next to him, Aiki Yoshi, we're just talking about him and the great development work he's done on that machine. Outside of him, Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, you should have seen the queue outside his pit in the pit walk this morning. Massive, massive queue. Orfan Odisha is in 13th position, Fadil Al Ghassani in 14th, and Nguyen Ton and Pu, the Vietnamese rider, in 15th.
On row 6 for Honda Racing Thailand, we've got Panjarut Chitwarongchat, and next to him, Honda Racing Vietnam's Hu Tri, and next to him, Aldias Axel Ismail for Yamaha VAF.
Fares Putra, the Malaysian, in 19th. Andy Muhammad Fadli in 20th position on board the second of the Motul Kawasaki Sniper manual tech machines, and Napat Joom, the Thai rider, in 21st.
And it's Gao Jiang for One For All and P22. Let's jump to the next row.
Yeah, the whole field rounded out by Johan Reeves, Emmanuel, the Indian rider, doing a great job on board bike number 29, but a huge, huge field. And we're all the way back to row 10 to try and get them all crammed in, Barry, as they come round with some clouds looking like they're starting to come over the Chang circuit now. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in this race. From memory, this was the first race yesterday where we saw the indication on the flag points that there was some rain about.
Yeah, in the last couple of laps.
The critical time of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and we actually saw a downpour of downpours after that. I'm still betting on perfect conditions for the rest of the day, Phil.
I've got my fingers, toes, everything crossed as Kritapat Kenkum comes up to take up his position on pole. Remember, he lasted until the final corner of yesterday's race, challenging for the race win, went down, scored no points. And he's looking now for redemption as he starts out of pole position on board bike number 39. You can see Murabul Vitoni on board the 157 machine, who we heard from on the grid down there on the second row of the grid.
Yeah, and a rider that didn't feature yesterday because of that puncture he got in the rear tyre. Reach Takahira starting from the outside.
Lights are on and we're away. Good start from the pole man as he blasts down towards pole position to turn 1. The Astra Hondas are well placed as well. Kandra making his way forward as well. He's up into 4th, just chopping the nose off one of the Astra Hondas as they went through turn 1 for the first time. Look, a couple of riders off, Barry. Didn't make it through turn 1 on that first occasion.
Yeah, and it was a good start from Murabul Vitoni as well from row 2. He's up into 3rd currently, and he's got Chandra Hermawan just behind him. Nice little lead advantage into turn 3 for the Thai star. Rising star, Kritapat.
Look at that next group just behind. They're single file for a while. Then they were 3 and 4 abreast into turn 3 on the first occasion. But it's our pole man, Kritapat Kenkum, that's got a little bit of a lead as they make their way down towards turn 4 for this first lap. And he's really tried to make a break at the front. He doesn't want to get involved in any of the shenanigans that went on for the entire race distance yesterday, as our race winner, Fadila Arbi, comes up into 2nd.
Yeah, great work from Fadila as well. As we saw yesterday, he looks like he's got a really cool head on his shoulders. He's fast, looks unflustered. Murabul Vitoni looks really determined here. A lot of riders off on the green there, Phil.
Yes, race control will be looking at that because half the field seemingly over the ripple strip, using more of the circuit than what they're entitled to do. We're coming round to complete this first lap now. Only a couple more corners. There's Cal Vietnam on board bike number 65. He's got off to a great start.
Yeah,
but look how much that lead has just been absolutely erased as they come down to turn 12 to complete that first lap.
Yeah, similar yesterday, wasn't it? when he looked like he was going to try and get away, but Fadilla had other ideas, and so did Chandra. He's there, and Murabul Vitoni hanging in there as well this time.
Yeah, Galang Hendra-Pratama's also got off to a great start. He's in 5th position. See him trying to move his way forward. Tucked down behind the screen on board bike number 56. See just there, he's got a little bit of a gap in front of him. He's got Cal Vietnam right behind him on board bike number 65. But once again, as they make their way up that straight, you can see that the Yamaha R3 just has a little bit longer legs than the Honda CBR 250.
Yeah, without slipstream too. So yeah, that's a very well put together machine for sure. Murabul challenging for that P2 spot, chaser spot.
Is that Chandra having a big look as well on the inside? Oh, that's tight. That's very tight. I think there might be a little bit of rubber on Murabul Vitoni's leathers there as they get back to the pits at the end of this race.
Yeah, I think he helped Chandra get round the corner then.
Well, he had to make it round the corner, otherwise there was going to be absolute carnage. That's, as you mentioned before too, Barry, a very, very fast corner entry into that one as well. Oh, someone way off the circuit there, hand in the air. I'm not sure if that was gesticulating at another rider that had forced him off or he had some sort of mechanical problem. Galang Hendra-Pratama's still got Cal Vietnam right behind him, but importantly for the top 4, they've made a break by about half a second over that next group, with Murabul Vitoni, Cal Vietnam in there, and also I think it's Reichi Takahira on board bike number 44.
Yeah, Irfan Ardiancia, the number 16, always one to watch as Fadilla takes the lead for the start of lap 3, and going wide there was Kritapat.
Yeah, that was very, very wide. He was lucky to try and get the bike back on track. Here comes Chandra on board bike number 88 again. Was always around the front group yesterday in the race. I think it was the last lap or two. He just dropped off the pace a fraction, wasn't it? That was what allowed Kritapat and Fadilla Arbi to dice it out for the race win at that final corner.
Yeah, Murabul going for a wide entry here, and so is Fadilla. Oh, disappointment again for Reichi Takahira, the number 44 for TY Antares Racing Team.
Yeah, I think that may have been an incident down there at the final corner. Looks like it might be a mechanical problem rather than a crash though, I think, for the Japanese rider.
Yeah, no damage on the right side there.
Back to the front, we've got a group of 4 that have made a break. That gap looks like it's getting just a fraction bigger as well. I think it's out to just over a second now, Barry, over the rider in 5th position.
Yeah, it's a clear breakaway now, and I think that rider in 5th is Cal Vietnam. Let's just take a look back. Chandra currently on the back of that group. Yes, that is Cal Vietnam. Irfan Ardiancia lurking just behind him.
Wasn't it there yesterday that Irfan's race come to a very abrupt halt when he got it all wrong out of that corner?
That was his teammate, the other Irfan, Irfan Haikal.
I knew it was one of them.
Yeah, 2 Irfans in one team. You can never have enough, Phil.
So down into turn 12 we come. Well, big move on the brakes there from Murabul Vitoni, but not quite enough to take the race lead. And it is yesterday's race winner, Fadilla Arbi, that leads them across the line. That's 3 laps down, 7 to go. The pole sitter and the local hero, Kritapat Kenkum, just sitting there in 4th position. Aki Ayoshi doing a great job in that next group on board the Ninja ZX25R.
Yes, he is. He's widely appreciated what he's been doing on that Kawasaki throughout this paddock. Really good work. Kritapat comes again, showing the grunt that he's got in that R3.
Oh, how good was the front end of that Honda? A lot of pressure being put on it there, and you can see that it did not move one fraction as he went into that corner. The bike looked like it was on absolute rails.
Well, you've remarked, Phil, having seen these bikes up close, that they are really tricked.
Oh, absolutely super trick.
Homologated race bikes, not to put too fine points on it.
Yeah, I'd call them 250 super bikes.
Yeah.
And like the wheels that they're all running, and as we mentioned yesterday, gold seems to be the preferred colour in the wheels. They are so tricked, all of those wheels on those machines. They're sort of thing that you could just stand there and just look at them for quite some time. A lot of them have small little changes on them as well. I've noticed that some of the Yamaha R3s have got the front duct completely covered over, and they've got different little ducts in the side to aid with probably aerodynamics and also feeding air into their air boxes.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, we've got a leading group of 9 now, Phil. It was 4 a lap ago.
Yep, that second gap has just absolutely been completely and utterly erased. So they make their way around through turn 11. Around the outside, Mirabel Bertoni. It's an ambitious manoeuvre. He wanted to make sure that he kept his drive up. Cal Vietnam, look at him charging forward as well. He's up into second position.
Yeah, he knows his way around. He won the last AP250 race here in 2024.
He'd have to be one of the most experienced riders in this field too.
Yeah, it's only a year or so that he's had really competitive machinery though. Good performance throughout as well so far by Mirabel Bertoni on the LFN 250.
Also a quick mention of the wild card, Napat Jatum, who's doing a great job inside that top 12 as well. I think he would be the next rider through, leading the next group of riders.
Hendra making his presence felt, challenging for the top 3. That's the number 56 machine.
So it's the 2 Hondas lead from the Yamaha momentarily. You can see bike number 56 there, Galang Hendra Pratama. He's one of the R3s with the different fairing on the front. You can see the ducts on the side rather than in the middle of the front of the fairing. Just the sound of these bikes as they crackle and pop coming into the corners. You can tell that there's some pretty serious engine work done in there. They're not ones that come straight out of the showroom, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Cal Vietnam doing a good job in the front though.
Yeah, excellent work. And on the Yamaha there, Mirabel having a look. And he's got a whole hat-trick of Yamahas right behind him.
Fastest top speed in this race so far, 203.4 kilometres an hour from Aki Iyoshi on board bike number 37. And he's in that group now. What's he back into about 8th position? You can see him coming up the inside on the brakes, the only Kawasaki in that lead group. But once again, it is still the 2 Hondas that lead, with a trio of Yamahas all lined up behind. Make that a quartet of Yamahas all lined up behind. Trying to break the Honda dominance. Of course, there were 2 Astra Hondas on the podium in yesterday's race in 1st and 3rd.
And interesting as we get to the half distance mark, that Krittipat, who's had quite a quiet race so far, is moving himself back up towards the front. He started quick, but he knew he wasn't going to get away, so he allowed himself to go back into that group. Got Galang Hendra and Irfan Ardianshah behind him now.
Yeah, that's a big move from Irfan on the brakes to move up into 3rd.
And Aiki Iyoshi in there too. Davina Bratani up there as well.
And Irfan Heikel's just dropped off the back of this group as well over the last lap or so. So I think we're down to about 10 now in the lead group.
So now this is interesting. For the first time this season, Irfan Ardianshah takes the lead. We know his quality, a former Astra Honda star in this class.
So he'd love nothing more than probably to beat the Astra Hondas at their own game, which is winning races in the AP250 category. And look at that, Cal Vietnam was leading the race only a half a lap ago, and now he's back in about 6th or 7th position. You can see him back there on board bike number 65. He's at the Astra Honda team, looking on very nervously as the riders make their way down towards turn 12 to complete 6 laps.
Yeah, Padilla well back there in 6th as well, yesterday's race winner.
Oh, both the Hondas are, both the Astra Hondas are a fair way back. As we see Mirabel Bertoni move up into the lead momentarily. Then completely swamped. I think remember yesterday from qualifying, Barry, it was the speed out of turn 12, the run through turn 12 and across the straight, where Krittipat Cancun was clearly faster than everybody else, on display there once again, as he wasn't in the lead as they came through turn 12, but he had a very, very handy lead as they got to turn 1.
Yeah, that's it, and he got through turn 1 well, and as you said, Phil, he really gets up that long straight. So we've got a Honda now. Can't quite see which one it is in P2.
I think it's yesterday's race winner.
Yeah.
Padilla Arby, who is also probably about to get absolutely swamped into turn 4. No, he manages to hold off the charging Irfan on 16.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of SCK except in the underbones in recent years, so now they're in the 250s. And Irfan has got them in a position where they can fight for this AP250 podium.
Well, and he's got the gloves well and truly on at the moment. He's in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, having known Irfan for a few years, he doesn't very often put his gloves on to fight.
Prefers to go the bare knuckle approach.
Absolutely.
Well, it makes you always ready. And he's got a battle on his hands at the moment, but it's coming from behind because he's got lots and lots of riders queuing up behind him to try and find their way past down this straight. Mirabel Bertoni is the first one that tries to take action. In fact, it's Cal Vietnam that's also gone through as well, but gets it a little bit wrong on the run into turn 12, goes off onto the green. And all that's done is allowed Kritapat to catch up right onto the back of our yesterday's race winner, and a little bit of a gap formed behind the two of them. Pretty much exactly what we saw towards the end of yesterday's race.
Yeah, it's starting to look familiar, isn't it? With Chandra giving chase. Mirabel in there as well. It's an impressive ride from the rookie. Brittani coming through there as well.
Well, Cal Vietnam back up into third place now. Irfan on 16 takes the narrow line and will go past him without even having to use any slipstream as they make their way onto the straight. Not usually a place where you see overtaking. Look at the 88 machine of Candra also making a move. You can see there was that Daniel Sayambi also moving forward on board bike number 57. He's coming from a fair way back in about 9th position as they went across the line.
But yeah, you said just now, Phil, we're seeing a bit of a familiar pattern, and with those two breaking away at the front, Kritapat and Fadilla, does look a little bit like the run into the finish yesterday.
And what they're doing is they're making sure that they're not going to be involved in any shenanigans to try and sort out the lesser positions. They want to battle it out for the race win. But look at that group behind. They're all the riders that are battling for that last place on the podium at the moment. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 of them there in that group. That gap is getting bigger though. It's I reckon as they come around to complete this lap, we could be looking at at least a half a second gap.
Yeah, Daniel Sharmi getting into a bit of a fight there.
Look at the drive once again of our pole sitter, Kritapat. The way he gets out of turn 12, he literally just blasted on past yesterday's race winner, Padilla Arby, without having to use any slipstream. It was all corner exit. They've got the gearing absolutely perfect for the run out of turn 12, and importantly, Barry, for a couple of laps' time to the finish.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So let's see what Fadilla can do about that on the run up to turn 3.
What that looked like to me was that if he went into that corner in second place with the right track position, he could blast on past and take the race win, even from second place into the final corner.
Yeah, that's quite a key place, as we were saying at the start of the race. It's going into turn 3. Now they're coming up to turn 4. It's a blind entry to the corner.
This battle is getting more and more interesting, isn't it? How many, well, how close do you want to get as we go down into turn 4 there?
Yeah, looking increasingly like a knife fight for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, as they came across the line, the gap between the first two and the pursuing pack was just over a second.
Yeah, they're not going to be trying to catch up the two in front. They've gone, so they're just going to be fighting for track position. This is going to be the last 1.5 laps. Absolutely enthralling. Fernardiancha again having a look.
Was that out very wide there? You can see the bike moving around on the ripple strip. Still managed to hang on there though. I think that was Daniel Sahami that was up into the lead of that group. The Malaysian doing a good job. He's come from a fair way back.
So here's a rehearsal, Phil.
Yeah, you watch this. You watch the drive out of here. The Critipat, no, I think he's kept his powder dry on that occasion. I don't think he wants anyone to know what he's going to be up to at that final corner. He's used the slipstream to go past into the lead as they go through turn 1 on this final lap. 4.5 kilometres to go, Barry. 4.5 kilometres, 12 corners. Who is going to take the race win? Can Fadilla do it again, or can our pole man, Critipat Kenkum, take the race win after qualifying on pole and not scoring any points in yesterday's race? He's up the inside as they go into turn 3. They're both going to have to stop that bike very, very quickly, and they won't have the excellent drive out of here that they've had when they carry all of the corner speed as we head towards turn 4, but the gap over the pursuing pack is big enough that it's not going to matter.
Yep, they go down in line. On the other side of the track, you've got the chasing pack, led by Chandra, who came through in P2 yesterday after the drama. And now this is a crucial point. Who's going to get into the infield section first?
Well, Critipat was deep on the brakes, but I think he may have run a fraction wide.
Yeah, just
on the exit of the corner.
They were side by side then. I think that's
Galang Hendra-Pratama, I think that's into the lead of that group now.
I think Fadilla could have had the advantage there. When we come back to the front, we'll see. Yeah, it is. As they come up to turn 8.
Oh, there's weaving all over the place now. They realise the importance of this last lap. Corners are also dwindling down. It is still Galang Hendra-Pratama that leads that next group. But here we go. Final run down the straight now, Barry. And it is yesterday's race winner, Fadilla Arbi, that leads.
We need 2 screens, Phil.
The pole sitter tries to go on the inside. He can't do it. Can he set himself up perfectly for the run through this final corner and get the run to the finish? He can't do it. Not from there. And it is going to be 2 from 2 for Adila Arbi.
And there's a crash.
The Astra Honda.
There's a crash at turn 12, but it's Cal Vietnam who wins that battle for the podium. The number 65 comes through. Delight in the Honda Racing Vietnam garage.
Well, you called it earlier on the weekend. He was on for a good result, and he's got a podium in the final race. He put himself in the right position on that last lap to take that podium. Congratulations to Cal Vietnam and the Honda Vietnam team.
Yeah, there's some quality and some ferocity in that group.
But also, you can't take anything away from our race winner, Fadilla Arbi, for the Astra Honda Racing team. 2 from 2, starts the championship off in perfect fashion. Well, almost perfect fashion. He was second on the grid, not pole position, but what a way to do it. 50 points at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, brilliant. So we've got some idea about how good this rider is. Fadilla Arbi Aditama.
You made a good point yesterday, Barry, that the Astra team usually goes into a championship with an experienced rider and a rookie. Not so this year.
Not so this year, and it's working out pretty well for them. 2 bikes on the podium last time. Here are the results this time.
Fadilla Arbi takes the win by 0.149 of a second over Critipat Kenkum, the pole sitter, and Cal Vietnam, a great podium from him, winning a titanic struggle for the last step on the podium.
Yeah, another excellent race for Murabul Vitoni for Yamaha LFN HP 969. He comes through 4th, ahead of Galang Hendra, who is in that knife fight right at the end, as was Irfan Ardiancia.
Yeah, Kendra Herman dropped back to 7th position, and 8th was Aki Iyoshi, the first of the Kawasaki's for the Motul Snipers team.
Yeah, Davina Brittani for Astra Honda came through 9th today. He was 3rd yesterday. Shami Shiril came through for Uma Racing in 10th.
And Napat Jatum, the local wild card on board the Honda Racing Thailand machine, was 11th, and Fadil Al-Ghassani was 12th.
And it was points for Kevin Kinsel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. He was 13th, 14th, Irfan Haikal, 15th, Aldiaz Axel.
Well, there's plenty of engines revving down there in pit lane that we can hear. The top 3 are making their way back to the podium.
Yeah,
massive field, and unfortunately there were a couple of non-finishers. Izad Akmal, Richi Takahira, that we saw had a problem with his machine. That looked more like a technical problem rather than a crash. And Faraz Putra also not completing any more than the first lap.
Yeah, as he said at the start to Daniel, Faraz, this is a learning weekend. That's a very diplomatic way to describe this first experience, but they haven't been in 250s before.
It's a pretty hard and competitive class to dip your toe in the water and get some results straight away, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But there's our race winner. 2 from 2, a perfect weekend. Race wins wise, and great start to the championship for the Astra Honda team. 3 podiums over the weekend for their 2 rookie riders.
Yeah, and they surely see Kritapat as one of their main rivals this season. And he's picked up 20 points to 50, so that's a 30-point advantage for Astra Honda. Daniel's down in Park Fermé, so let's see what he has to say.
So we're down here at Park Fermé. It's celebrations all around. Car Vietnam P3, Kritapat with a fantastic P2, a good fight once again, but Fadila RB once again, a double victory here at the China International Circuit. So brilliant 2 races from you. You were right on the limit on the last lap, on the brakes, and Kritapat just couldn't fight that. So tell us about that. How did you manage to pull away from the group?
Yeah, just beginning of the race, I just tried to follow him. And yeah, he has a good pace, neither I, also me, and yeah, I just follow the group. Beginning of the lap, I just try to maintain my pace, and I analyze where I can break away, and then I found one moment where I had a good slipstream, and he was trying to pulling away also, and I say, okay, now let's race. And then yeah, and then now I start to pushing again with him. And in the last corner, in the last lap, I just try to brake as late as possible. And I know yesterday he tried, but sure today he will not try it. So I brake as safe as possible, but as late as possible. So I try to stop it, and I stop it, and syukur alhamdulillah I make the win again. Thanks to Astra Honda Racing team, to all the sponsors, all the mechanic, that all the weekend already helped me a lot. Thank you to all the Indonesian fans that always support me, and yeah, syukur alhamdulillah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A fantastic 2 races.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights now of the second of our AP250 races for the weekend. And it was Kritapat that got the good launch off the line, Barry. He qualified on pole and he'd shown speed all weekend, and he led them through turn 1 on the first lap. Yeah, again, he gapped the field in the very early stages, but he no way to get away from this field. There's too much slipstream, and certainly the eventual race winner, Fadila, was not going to let him get away. Vitoni and Chandra really kept them honest too in these early stages. Yeah, that group of 4 had made a little bit of a break, as unfortunately we see the Japanese rider Takahira have a mechanical problem and had to pull out of the race early. And then only a couple of corners later, that lead group of 4 was back to being a lead group of 8 or 10. And as they went to the top end of the circuit, it was bike number 16 that went to the lead. That was Irfan. Yeah, Irfan always brings a fight to any race. Fantastic spirit from the Indonesian rider. But these 2 edged their way clear of danger. Yeah, it was about the same time as they did it in yesterday's race as well, wasn't it? The dying stages, 3 laps to go. So they came across the line to make it 2 laps to go. You could see there that the gap had just opened up enough that they were going to have a 2-man fight all the way to the finish. And the real question was, out of that group behind, who was going to take the top step of that group to end up 3rd on the podium? Yeah, you could argue that Fadila outsmarted Kritapat yesterday. I think that was a bit of a forced error at the final turn, and so we waited with bated breath to see how it would work out this time. There's Chandra at the front of that group at this stage. Kritapat actually took the lead, but it was very, very swiftly taken back by Fadila Arbi, as Cal Vietnam at the same time was making his way through that second pack. But Galang Hendra was leading as they came around through the final corners. You can see how much of a lead Fadila Arbi and Kritapat actually had as they came through the final corners. And as they came down to the final corner, there was no way that Kritapat could out-brake Fadila Arbi, but we thought that he may have been opting for the drive out of here and take the win as they went to the line, but he didn't have enough pace, and it was Fadila Arbi that took his second win of the weekend for Astra Honda. Kritapat had to settle for second, and Cal Vietnam, a great ride, a great podium in 3rd. Yeah, he made up 3 places in the final sector. That was brilliant riding from the Vietnamese. Well, that experience that you spoke about earlier on certainly coming to the fore there, and he will take a well-deserved trip to the podium.
Vietnam! In second place, from Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, Kritapat Kernkum. And your race winner from Astra Honda Racing Team, Fadila Arbi Aditama. And the best team for AP250 Race 2, Astra Honda Racing Team. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. And now to present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan from FIM Asia to the podium. In third place, from Vietnam, Cao Vietnam. In second place, from Thailand, Kritapat Kernkum. And your race winner from Astra Honda Racing Team from Indonesia, Fadila Arbi Aditama. And now to present the winners, the team trophy, we would like to invite Mr. Toyokazu Honda, Managing Director of Idemitsu Loop Asia Pacific, to the podium. And the best team for the AP250 Race 2, Astra Honda Racing Team. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan and Mr. Toyokazu Honda to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the AP250 race winners. And a big thank you once again to Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan and Mr. Toyokazu Honda for presenting the awards to our winners.
Well, congratulations to Fadila Arbi. That is 2 race wins, and he now has a perfect 50 points heading into round 2. The next round, of course, at Sepang in Malaysia. Kandra will finish in second place after the first round on 29 points, and Mirabil Vitoni, after that great ride in race 2, scores 26 points, and he's third heading into round 2.
Cao Vietnam takes 25 points back to his home country. A nice haul for the first race weekend. Davina Brittani for Astra Honda Racing Team on 23, and Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro WNSCK on 21.
Galang Hendra Pratama in 21 points, equal in 7th position, and Kritapat, the pole man, will take 20 points after a no score yesterday, but I'm sure after yesterday he'd be pretty happy with that 20 points. Well, plenty more action coming up here from the Chang International Circuit. Supersport 600 up next.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
And welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. 2 more races to go on today's program from the first round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. And once again, big thank you to Idemitsu, the title sponsor of this fantastic series. And we're getting ready for the Supersport 600 race, Barry, and it's going to be another exciting one. Yesterday we saw some great racing action. And well, we have done across all of the classes, whilst the Supersports and Superbikes are smaller grids, there's plenty of action and high quality fields, and we saw that yesterday as the field made their way off into turn 1, but the conditions had changed massively since the race before.
Yeah, we saw spots of rain at the end of the 250 race, and then a long delay as the heavens opened before the start of this Supersport race. But it got underway nice and cleanly, and very early on it was the pole sitter Shirafuddin Azman, rookie in this class, who made the whole shot, and he got away ahead of Tanat Longpliao and Adinanta Putra.
Early on too, the Hongleong Yamahas were in there as well, with McKinley Kyle Paz on board bike number 23. You could see him in that lead group. We heard from him on the grid and he was all pumped up for a good race, sitting there in 3rd position. He had Helmi Azman right behind him in 4th. You can see Helmi Azman there with the very bright number 32 in yellow, just getting leaned on a little bit there by Waihu Nagoro.
Yeah, but by this time we're half distance. This was shortened race because of the delay. You could see Adinanta Putra getting more and more confident, more and more comfortable in these conditions.
Also, the track was starting to dry in several areas as well, which meant that the bikes were starting to move around a fair bit on their wet tyre setup. You can see there running in very, very deep was Anyapab Samoon on board the 500 machine. Just couldn't quite seem to get the bike stopped.
Yeah, that seemed to end his serious challenge for the podium. Helmi Asman was on the tail there of for number 41. But then that was Casper Daniel going out of the race early. Unfortunately for him, Adenanta still at the front with McKinley Carl-Paz all over him.
Yeah, Adenanta eventually didn't have the race he really wanted on this last lap, because you can see as they came down into the final corner, you can see there, almost got it all out of shape. Eventually took the race win, but we thought it could have gone so horribly wrong for him coming out of that final corner. Eventually taking the race win. Be looking to make it a perfect score for today, but the conditions are very, very different in today's race.
Yeah, and no sign of any rain. Just while we're having the commercial break there, I checked the weather charts. I think we're going to be good for the rest of the day. Virtually perfect conditions for this 4.5 kilometre Chang International Circuit at Buriram in Thailand. 12 turns, crucial turns of course at turn 12, also turn 1, turn 3, 4 and 5. So let's go to Daniel, who's down on the grid.
So there was cloud cover just for a quick second, and then now it's back hot and sunny. But I will tell you, it is far cooler than it was yesterday. Yesterday we were looking at 38, 39. 35 is acceptable. Let's have a chat with Poleman Sharafudin Osman, who's riding for Idemitsu Honda Malaysia. So I'm just gonna try and sneak around the blower real quick. So, Damok, you're starting from pole. Yesterday was wet, today's a different story, it's dry. How are you feeling for this one?
Yeah, for sure I'm very excited to start the race 2 in dry condition. So, I know that all the riders are faster here. So, I need to keep focused and enjoy the race and keep fighting with all the riders.
Thank you so much, Damok. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to switch over to the right side of Sharafudin Osman. He's taking photos real quick. I'll just allow them to take this quick photo, and then I'm going to interrupt them politely if I can. Now we're going to have a chat with Kyle. So, hi. Kyle, yesterday P2 for you. Today, dry weather, different conditions. How are you feeling about the pace for a dry race?
Actually, yesterday I was thinking like the race one was like this, but it rains. But now it's dry, so let's see what we can do. But for my feeling is good for the dry race, and hopefully we can go in the podium again.
Any team tactics with Cosmo starting right beside you?
For us, we just try to be in the front and help each other, and then if we try, we can pull away, and then. But let's see what will happen.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Good luck. And now we're going to head a few rows back to another Yamaha. It's the Yamaha of Rosie Torekatula, who makes a step up from the 250 class to the Super Sports 600s. Now, Faruzzi's a busy man this season. He's racing in the World Super Sports and in the Super Sports 600 over here for the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're going to have a quick word with him. You can see him there getting ready. So the team did say that they're still trying to help him get used to the bikes. Let's see what he says about it. Rosie, the step up to the big boys category. How's it been so far training, riding on the 600?
Yeah, I'm riding, I feel good for the 600s, but very different after 250. Yes, I want step by step, and I'm stay focused and enjoy.
What's the target for you and the team for this season with this bike?
Yeah, my target is maybe consistent in the top group in the for the point. Yes, I step by step, maybe, yeah, very good.
Thank you so much, Rosie. Good luck. Back to you, Phil and Barry.
Great to hear from the newcomers to the class as well. I think for Rosie Torekatula, he has all the makings, from where I sit anyway, of a really good Supersport 600 rider. I think the same for Herjanatna Firdaus, the two of them moving up from AP250s last year.
Yeah, you mentioned before about the quality of the field, and you've got riders moving up from the top steps of the championship in AP250, but you've also got a couple of riders coming back from the superbike class into this class as well.
Indeed, the rider on your screen there, the cheeky chappy himself, Casper Daniel Kazmayuddin, and just looking at the rear of the grid there, that is Sha Juntong for Victor Racing Team, the Chinese rider, improving all the time, He's really put himself into the cauldron of ARRC Supersport 600 racing, as we watch Daniel walk off the grid, mopping his face.
Yep, very, very warm down there on the grid. We know at the pit walk how hot it was down there at lunchtime. Doesn't look like the conditions have got any cooler.
Yeah, still showing 35 degrees. Track temperatures are going to be, there's a bit of cloud cover, so maybe 50-ish.
But the good news is no wet tyres anywhere near the grid, as we saw yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, these guys are going to be very relieved to get away in good conditions.
And get a full 12-lap race as well too, because the race being shortened yesterday with the delays in the program. But Saifuddin Azman starting from pole position. And yesterday's race winner, Dendra Putra, starting back on the 3rd row of the grid in position number 8. Second in the championship though last year, so we know the quality of his riding.
Yeah, absolutely. Helmi is a potential race winner this afternoon. They've got a really strong team. As we enjoy that drone shot, looking down the home straight, past the grandstand. A lot of people in the grandstand there. That's good to see on this Sunday. Hopefully some of them are listening to us and enjoying the racing.
I think all of them were in pit lane for the pit walk earlier on. Let's have a look at your grid. It's Saifuddin Azman that will start out of pole position. McKinley Kyle Paz out of position number 2, second in yesterday's race. And Kazma Daniel back there on the front row in 3rd.
Chock full of quality on row 2, led by Tanat Longplayer for Honda Racing Thailand. Next to him, Helmi Azman, and outside of him, from Thailand, Anupab Samoon, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
3rd row of the grid is Wahyu Negro for the Yamaha Racing Team Indonesia. Adinata Putra back there in 8th position. He took the race win yesterday for the Astra Honda Racing Team, and Carol Idham Powie rounds out your 3rd row.
Row 4, all Hondas for Reza Danica Arens and Herjanatna Fredaus for Astra Honda, and Kitsadar Tanachok, the Honda Racing Thailand rookie for this season.
Perosi Toraktula in position number 13, Rocco Sessler, the German, in 14th, Shajun Tong in 15th, and unfortunately Jack Mahaffey suffered a shoulder injury early on this weekend and won't mount the Fusport Team Asia machine. He's got a very important date next weekend, 3rd round of the ASBK Championship, where he currently leads by 1 point from his teammate. Didn't want to risk any further injury this weekend.
Very sensible. Field go nice and smoothly on the straight that runs between turn 3 and turn 4. Just get a little sense there of the blind summit that you have to get past before turning in here.
Be interested to see what Anupub can do in this one too, Barry, because he looked very fast in the early part of yesterday's race. Then he had that big moment where he ran very wide. I think it was going into to turn 4. Pretty much negated any challenge from him towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's fair to say that Thailand expects. Yamaha Racing Thailand had P2 in the AP250 race. They're going to be looking for another podium result this time around. And Anupab is more than capable of doing it if everything is good with the machine. We know everything's fine on the circuit now.
And also Tanat Longpio too, the second of the Honda Thailand machines. He starts out of position number 4. He was 4th in yesterday's race as well. So keep your eye on board bike number 31.
And in race 2, last time here at Chang back in December, he was 2nd. So many riders capable of mounting the podium.
That was also by far and away his best result of the year as well.
Yes, it was. Yeah, he got better and better as we watch Ferozi, number 36, come to the line. And of course, we've got Adinata Putra, who starts from further back than we normally expect to see him. He's leading row 3. Of course, came through to take the win yesterday. There is the number 63, Sharifuddin Azman, the rookie on pole position.
Well, we're ready to go. Supersport 600, great start there from McKinley Kyle Paz. He's pulled up alongside our pole man already as they make their way down to turn 1, and he did it all with his front wheel in the air. But he'll have to slot into third position as they make their way through turn 1 for this first time, and it is the pole man, Cyrus Asman, that leads them out of turn 1 and up the long straight through the kink at turn 2 towards turn 3 for the first time. Both of the Yamahas are well placed.
Yeah, breathtaking start there for most of this field. And look at Idemitsu FIM coming up through to challenge for the lead. First time up into turn 3 from row 3.
Wow, what a start. What a great drive out of turn 2 and all the way up through the long section of that circuit. It is bike number 31, Tanat Longplio, the local rider that momentarily held the lead, but blasting up the inside, it was Helmi Asman on 32. He's run wide though on the exit of turn 4, and he's got to slip back to about 4th position. No, he tries to go around the outside. Oh, there's not a lot of room on the way out there. Nearly came in contact with that, I'm not sure if that was Kazma Daniel or McKinley Kyle Paz, but he just literally rode around the outside of him through turn 5 and 6.
Yeah, Helmi Asman held on well as Anupab tried to challenge him for P3.
An extremely hectic start, Barry, you have to say, for this first lap.
Yeah, I think I'm doing about 120 BPM at the moment, so goodness knows what these guys are doing. And Idemitsu FIM is through to the front already.
But how was the slide through turns 9 and 10 there? All the legs come out as we go hard on the brakes into turn 12, and it is Tanat Longplio, the local rider. Oh! Almost off the track and almost off the bike. They blast down the start-finish straight for the first time at full noise. And then going into turn 1, it is the local man, Tanat, that leads on board bike number 31. We've got a trio of Hondas at the front, the 2 Yamahas in 4th and 5th position.
What a race this is shaping up to be, Phil. That first lap was like a last lap.
It was, and look at the group behind, they haven't dropped anyone off. There was smoke coming off someone's foot there that they had it down that long on the brakes into turn 3. One of the Yamahas has moved forward. I think you'll find that that's Anupab on board bike number 500.
Yeah, he's feeling confident and aggressive today.
He's going to go for the lead here into turn 4. And it is the 500 machine of Anupab Samoon that takes the lead. Helmi Asman up into a second. That fluoro yellow number of Helmi Asman stands out in amongst all of the bikes there, jostling for position as they come through turn 5 and 6.
So the first time we've seen him lead a race this weekend. Anupab Samoon for Yamaha Racing Thailand. Helmi Asman's behind him on the Honda, and the Honda Racing Thailand machine of Tanat is behind him, and Kazma Daniel is behind him. So much quality in this field. And let's see how, this is who we're looking for, McKinley Kyle Paz. How he's doing. He's some way back. 63 is your pole starter. He's down in 6th place, and down goes, I think that's for Rosie Torikatula, has just gone down, and he's taken Reza Danica Arens with him.
Yep, and you can see Reza Danica Arens just walking away with a dejected look on his face.
So there goes Ferozi. I didn't see who, I caught that late, I didn't see who was responsible for that, if anybody. Now we'll find out.
You can see there as they all came into, oh no, actually I think they've missed it. That was, that's at turn 12. That's the final corner.
It was a turn 12 tangle for sure. Didn't see how that happened. Let's call it a racing incident for now. So 1 out of 3 Astra Hondas is down, and I noticed that Idemitsu FIM had slipped back in the order as we got to the end of that lap. Let's catch up with it now as they marshals as quick as ever, get the bikes clear of trouble.
It's still Anupab Samoon on board bike number 500 that leads. You can see there, and he's got the 27 machine of Kazmal Daniel Kaisermunden right back there in 2nd position.
And Idemitsu has got himself back up into 3rd. He's really enjoying himself this weekend. Yesterday's race winner.
Oh, did you see that?
I think he probably enjoyed that too.
The change of direction. Bike just a little bit out of control. How he managed to gather it up and still maintain his momentum. There you go. There's Casma Daniel up into the lead. Oh, one of the is that one of the Hondas? I don't know if there's an Astra Honda that's run
an
wide at the
Astra
final
Honda,
corner.
yeah. Let's see who that is. It's not Adananta. He's still on board.
He's up into third place, so it is now the two Yamahas that lead. And it's certainly not the 32 machine of Helmi Asman. You can see him in there as well.
Yeah, that would have been Hergen that went off then.
Saifuddin Asman was in fourth place as they came up the straight. He's still there. He's gone down. He's gone down on the entry into turn 3. We were just talking about him. Saifuddin Asman on board bike number 63 has crashed out.
Yeah, that is Sharafuddin Asman.
So a few crashes over the last lap or so.
Yeah, the graphic is correct now. There he goes.
He may have been blaming himself for that crash. You can see there, he's just hard on the brakes into the corner. Maybe just held onto the front brake a fraction too long as he tried to tip the machine in. And the front end just cried enough, and he unfortunately went down.
Yeah, he knows what he's done. Blamed himself for it. Well, what a weekend he's had. Pole position, drama-packed races, lessons learned. But it's Casma Daniel at the front for Indonesia. From Malaysia, he's got Indonesia's Adananta Putra behind him. He's got Thailand's Anupab behind him. And then it's Helmi Asman, always there, the number 32.
Well, Anupab's been pretty consistent in his place in that front group for the race so far as well, as we come round to complete 4 laps. So that's 1/3 race distance. Fastest lap of the race, McKinley Kyle Paz on that lap with a 1:39.834.
He's by no means out of it. He's currently in 6th place.
But he's only 1.4 seconds behind our race leader, who has about a half-second gap over the rest of the field. That's Anupab running wide.
Yeah.
He's just had second place pickpocketed from him.
It wasn't a mistake like yesterday, but he did lose his drive there. Wayne Groho, yesterday's 3rd place finisher, is behind these two. But there's plenty of investigations going on in race control.
That was Farazi Terakatula and Riza Danica Arens, I think it was, that incident, wasn't it, Barry?
Yeah, we didn't see it on camera, so the race control will have done. But the question is now, will Casma Daniel be able to escape from the rest of this field?
Did you see the bike attitude there also too from Adananta Putra? He is really pushing on, trying to keep the pace that is being run at the moment by Casma Daniel out front on board his Yamaha.
Yeah, and the riders behind are going to be looking at it. I'm not sure whether Adananta is holding up Anupab. He may be. Anupab is going to try and get past him as they come down to turn 12 and give chase to the Malaysian Yamaha in front of him.
Well, what made that a whole lot easier there for Anupab was the fact that Adananta Putra had a massive moment and lost a fair bit of drive as he came out of turn 11. You can see the bike tank slap him once again. So he's having a bit of a problem with quick changes of direction on that machine. That's the 2nd time it's caught him out in this race. They're trying to repair the 63 machine of Saifuddin Asman. He's back in the pits though, sitting down.
Yeah, 7 laps remaining. Helmi Asman still there. Don't count him out.
So also too, McKinley Kyle Paz just sitting there still in 6th position. You can see him there, the 5th rider in that group of 5 from 2nd to back to 6th.
Yeah, at the front it's a 1 second advantage for Casma Daniel.
The psychological 1 second barrier. That's when the riders behind just sort of think maybe is he getting too far ahead to try and catch up. Anupab certainly hasn't given up hope as he gets the run through these corners and tries to reel back in.
Yeah, he was keen to get Adananta behind him so he could give chase, but will he be able to make an impression? And it's by no means certain because Adananta is all over him as... Is that Kyle that's just gone wide? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. That's the end of his race. That maybe looks like a mechanical problem for him too because he's not trying to get back on track. You can see there that he's got some problem with the machine. So it's not going to be a great second day for the Hong Leong Yamaha racing team like it was yesterday for McKinley Kyle Paz. The good news is, though, that there is a Yamaha out front and doing a great job at the moment, and that is bike number 27.
And actually on that lap, Kazma increased his advantage by a tenth. So Anupab not able to close down the Malaysian Hong Leong Yamaha.
And Anupab's just actually done his fastest lap of the race, but it was still a tenth of a second slower than the last lap of Kazma Daniel. So our race leader doing a good job here with half race distance complete.
Yeah, Kazma's got a lot of quality. He had a couple of pretty unhappy years on the Yamaha Superbike. Now he's looking a lot happier.
Well, he's on a very competitive machine. Remember, he was running well in yesterday's race too, wasn't he? But unfortunately had a, I think it was a mechanical problem.
Yeah, and eventually gave up and retired late in the race.
So Anupab doing a good job there to try and hold off the charging Hondas from behind. Let's have a look at the gap as they come around to complete this lap. So he's been able to pull back any of the lead from Kazma Daniel on board that Hong Leong Yamaha racing machine. Yamaha Thailand machine trying desperately to reel back in that over 1 second lead that was held by Kazma Daniel at the completion of the last lap.
So we're half race distance now.
From memory, it was the Hondas that had the great pace towards the end of the race in yesterday's 1-2. So keep your eye also on Helmi Asman and Adinanta Putra. So as they come across the line, let's have a look at the lap times. Fastest lap of his race for Anupab Samoon at 39.7. He was 0.3 of a second faster. The gap is now down to 0.9 of a second. Now 39 as well for Adinata Putra, and also Helmi Asman and Wahyu Negro as well. That group behind is managing to claw back that lead.
Yeah, and Anupab's just gapping Adinanta at the moment. And there goes a very despondent McKinley Kyle Paz. He was really on form this weekend. That wasn't his fault, but his race is done. Desha Kreisler on the left there looking on, two-time Supersport champion.
Right, down we go into turn 4. If anything, Anupab's actually been able to break away from the group behind now. And look at that gap, it's closed down considerably on this lap. So the Yamaha Thailand machine is on an absolute charge now, trying to reel back in the distance that had been opened up by Kazma Daniel on board bike number 27.
Yeah, Anupab doesn't need to worry too much about Adinanta behind him. The gap between them looked a bit longer actually a sector or two ago, but let's see as they go across the line. This is really good work from Anupab. You saw his mentor Desha Kreisler tap the side of his head in the think, keep your head straight kind of thing, as Helmi Asman moves through into P3. So pushing Adinanta, yesterday's race winner, back to P4. And the gap is down to under 0.7. So as these three, Wayne Groho, Helmi Asman and Adinanta Putra, scrap for the final place on the podium, Anupab is in pursuit of your race leader, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, who's been looking really good on that Hong Leong Yamaha.
Actually, that's 3 laps in a row now that Anupab has actually set his fastest lap of the race. That time he was 0.2 of a second faster than our race leader. The gap as they came across the line was down to 0.6 of a second.
Adinanta got to the front of that chasing group now. Another podium place, and the points that go with it would be very useful for him after yesterday's race win.
The Hondas don't look like they've got an answer for the speed of the 2 Yamahas out front. They've completely lost touch now with Anupab. They're going to be battling amongst themselves, but they've got to be very careful of Wahyu Negro on board bike number 89. He wants to make it an all Yamaha podium.
Yeah, Helmi again goes through to that 3rd place, but goes out beyond the curbing.
Wahyu was also faster than the other 2 Hondas on the last lap as well, Barry. He was in a 39, whereas the Hondas were in the 40s, so he's at least 0.2 of a second faster.
So could we see a Yamaha lockout on the podium?
And also too, don't discount the local tie rider Tanat Longcliao, because he is closing in as well. You can see him there, and was that Wei who has a look over his shoulder, and he could see how close he was starting to get from behind. So 3 laps to go. The gap at the front is down to half a second. Another fastest lap of his race for Anyapab Samoon. That's 4 laps in a row. He's getting faster and faster. That target is getting closer and closer. And it's just inspiring him on in front of his home crowd here at the Chang International Circuit to try and take the race win for Thailand.
Yeah, he's not far off getting a draft now from Kazma in front of him. Let's see how they go down into turn 4, but Anupab now in touch. And as you said, Phil, Tanat joining the battle for the final podium spot.
Yep, another good result coming up for the Thai rider there. But look at that, just getting faster and faster as he goes on. He's also just looking at the top speeds. He's got a little bit of a top speed advantage over Kazma Daniel as well. It's only a couple of kilometres an hour, but it's certainly helping him. 266, the fastest speed in this race, and that was done by Adinata Putra on board his Honda. He's going to need all of that now as he sees closing in right from behind. It's Helmi Asman on board bike number 32. They're coming to one of the places where acceleration and top speed will be utilised down this straight into turn 12. Completion of this lap, there'll be 2 more laps to go. Here comes Helmi Asman up the inside. Can't quite get the run. Oh no, it was a very close call there between the Yamaha and the Honda. It was that Waihu Negro was very lucky to try and keep that bike on track. You can see he was using the body language, and it's moving up now into 4th position, or 5th position. Would that be Tanat Longcliao on board bike number 31.
And Anupab takes another 10th out of race leader Kazma Daniel.
You don't need a timing monitor to tell you that that one has closed right down to absolutely nothing now. Look at the Hondas. Oh, Tanat sliding the bike in there. He was just a little bit wide. He couldn't get the bike stopped and turned enough, and he's lost that position now to Waihu Negro on board bike number 89.
That's a real ding-dong battle between Waihu and Tanat.
And the top 6 all in the 140s on that last lap. Nothing between their lap times. Only a 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there.
Anupab was a 10th quicker through sector 1.
How was the tight line there? That was Waihu just done an amazing job to get that bike in there at turn 4, and then kept a tight line to just virtually ride up the inside of Tanat on board bike number 31.
You can see Anupab last 2 laps has been losing out in sector 2 to Kazma. So this chase is really hard work for the Thai rider.
And you got to say that Kazma's been doing a great job under immense pressure. He knows that the gap is coming down, but he's been keeping consistent. And now it looks like the charge forward has almost stopped, as is that Helmi Asman up the inside on board bike number 32 at turn 12. Final lap is underway, 4.5 kilometres to go, and it is Kazma Daniel that still holds the lead. In fact, he's pulled that lead out. He's just done his fastest lap of the race, Barry, and he's now got a lead out to half a second as they start this last lap.
Yeah, he was faster through sectors 2 and 3, and he's now looking safe, bar any error from the Malaysian. He's got bags of experience, international, Asian experience, Malaysian experience, and I think the battle to watch for now is this one for P3, the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, at the moment currently being led by yesterday's race winner, Adinata Putra. But he's under immense pressure from Helmi Asman on board bike number 32. That gap has opened up again as they came through the second sector there. Kazma Daniel is putting on an absolute performance here on this last lap, one that can't be answered by Anyapab Samoon.
Yep, Helmi fancies this P3, doesn't he? Adinata wants to keep himself on the podium for both races, that's for sure.
Oh, I thought Helmi was coming up the inside there. Don't discount Waihu Negro as well on board the 89 machine. Looking very aggressive on this last lap. So that's something coming off a drift on the side of Helmi Asman's machine. You can see something moving around there. There's obviously been a bit of contact with someone.
Now it's advantage Adananta.
Here we go though, into the final corner. It is Casper Daniel that will take the win, but the real excitement is in this battle for the podium. There goes Casper Daniel across the line. Second was Anupap Sarmoon, and getting the run to the flag. It was yesterday's race winner, Helmi Asman, just not quite getting there in the end, and it's Adananta Putra that takes third place, despite the incredible pressure put on by Helmi Asman in the braking markers for the final corner.
Yeah.
Waihu Negro and also Tanat Longpliao round out your top 6. What an exciting race, Barry, but I've got to say, a polished performance from Casper Daniel under considerable pressure.
It was. He's such a good quality rider, and we saw all that quality there. He just kept Anupab under control. He never quite let him get close enough, kept him out of the draft. That was masterful performance, and it's really good to see that, because it's been a couple of seasons since we really did. This will give him a real boost to his career. He stepped down from ASB to SS600, and it's working out.
Well, what about the performance yesterday, or come back from this after yesterday where he had the DNF, was looking forlorn and dejected after yesterday's race, comes back, takes the race win in what at the end was a very good weekend for the Hongleong Yamaha team. Win today, second place yesterday for their 2 riders, and very, very impressive. So we have a look at the results now. It is Casper Daniel that takes the win in the end by 1.2 seconds over Anupap Sarmoon, and Adananta Putra, yesterday's race winner, tops the battle for third place and takes some very good points away, 4.4 seconds behind our race leader.
Yeah, Helmi Asman tried and tried to get onto the podium. He didn't quite make it. He was just a few hundredths behind Adananta Putra at the end. Then it was Wayne Agroho. Good weekend for him at P3 and a P5. Tanat was next up at P6. Carol Idampawi was 7th, and 8th was Kitsada Tanachot.
Adananta Ferdus in 9th position. Rocco Sesler rounds out your top 10 with Shah Jun Tong, the last finisher, in 11th position. Unfortunately, Saifuddin Asman didn't finish the race. McKinley Kyle Paz looked like he had some sort of mechanical problem and couldn't come back and make it a great weekend after second place yesterday.
Yeah, and we saw that crash with Ferozi and Reza Danica Arens that took them out of contention too. We haven't seen the result of the inquiry there. I would suspect
someone's run out of petrol.
Oh well, there we go. All's fair in love and war. So Anupab getting a push back from race winner.
Well, Casper Daniel's probably thinking, why didn't that happen half a lap earlier so I wasn't under so much pressure on the last lap? There's Jack Miller here for Miller Taxis. He's famous for doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah, he is. Did it in the last race, I think.
So the 2 Yamahas helping each other back to Parc Fermé, where they will be very, very shortly. They finished in 1st and 2nd position.
Yeah, but clearly some respect being shown by Anupab to Kazma as they rolled off when they crossed the line.
Also a good result for Yamaha Racing Team Thailand in front of their home fans as well.
Yeah, very good. 2 P2s today for that team. Gingerly does it.
The Yamaha Precision Riding team, it looks like, making their way around down the last final straight now.
Yeah, this will be another one for the social media reels. Yeah, 2 really good riders there.
Waving to the crowd as they make their way down. Did you see that? Casper Daniels held up the number 1 and Sarmoon goes, oh, I was 2nd, and he holds up 2 fingers as well. So obviously having a bit of a joke there between the 2 of them as they make their way back to the pits.
Yeah, nearly made it. Duck under the screen, reduce the wind resistance.
Well, you can see
there
he's also
goes.
getting a bit of speed up to try and push him home so they can ride round the final part of this circuit and back into pit lane. They've taken the wrong turn. They came all the way down the straight.
That's because they're too busy yakking.
And waving to the crowd.
Yeah.
They'll go in through the gate.
They go through the, through the tradesman's entrance. There we go.
Straight in. Well, we know that Anupab won't be revving his engine as he comes back into Parc Fermé.
And finally, here we go. but that will mean a lot to Casper Daniel Kazmayuddin. It really will. His talent was never in doubt, but it might have been in his own mind. Two celebratory push-ups. Oh, jumping push-ups. Okay. Jump into the arms of his team. There we go.
Yeah, that would be his first podium for at least 12 months, because he didn't score a podium last year in the ASB1000 class.
Yeah, and probably not the previous year either. Don't hold me to that. But he had a couple of very indifferent years. I think he might have started 2023 well, and then faded.
Your memory's been pretty good so far this weekend, Barry, so I'm not going to argue with you. That could very well be the case.
It's getting late. So while we wait for Park Film-A to become a little calmer.
Well, he took one win in 2023 in the first race at Sugo in Japan.
Yeah.
So that's his first race win since 24th of June 2023.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Almost 2 years until since he's been on the top step of the podium.
Okay, so we're going to go to Daniel, who is in Park Film-A. Let's hear more.
In Park Film-A, we just saw some amazing celebrations, and Casper giving Anupap a worthy tow as well. And now we're going to have a quick word with Anupap, who's just joined us here. So Anupap, it was a big battle for you, but right at the end they're out of fuel, and you managed to get a little bit of a tow from Casper. How was that race for you?
Yes, for me, I think today I make a good start with the group. I still about position 3 or 4, but in the last 2 laps, I have some problem in electronic. Maybe battery is low. I put the total, but not high RPM. Yeah, I just still with the Kanma. Okay, for sure today I power in him do the best. He break away in the first start, and he do very strong. Yeah, next time I will try fight together him. Sure.
Thank you so much, Anupap. Congratulations to you. And now we're gonna bring in the showman himself, Casper Daniel. It's still in the midst of some awesome celebrations going on. Let's come back to victory for Casper. We're gonna pull him in now. Casper dropping down to 600s and victorious immediately. Casper, it's a welcome back to B1. And it was some awesome celebrations from you. Wasn't an easy weekend, wasn't an easy race, but that was a fantastic race. So tell us about this weekend.
Firstly, I want to say Syukur Alhamdulillah. This is powerful of doa of my mother and my istri, my wife. And Syukur Alhamdulillah, this is for them, this is for my family and my team. It's been a long time, I know podium in Asia, even 600, I'm very grateful. But in the race time, I try to make my rhythm, try to just constant with my light time. But after 5 laps about to finish, my tire always already to gone. But I try to manage and try to take care about the tire. And I doesn't know, Anupap at the back still coming. But Alhamdulillah, I'm winning for first year in 2025. It's a good. It's like a good luck for me for round coming. Thank you so much. Syukur Alhamdulillah. Boo, I love you.
Thank you so much, Casper. Big congratulations.
Of the race, as you can see, as they made their way off the line, it was a pretty good start from everybody, but Anupap was the one that was charging forward early. From think about row 3, Barry, he looked pretty good going down into turn 1, but got swamped on the brakes, was back in the field a little bit, but that started his charge forward.
Yeah, it did, and it was a very, very good start for Adinata Putra as well. Coming up from far back on the 3rd row, and he looked really determined to put in another great performance today.
Yeah, so I put an Asman on board bike number 63, started from pole position, but by the end of the first lap was way back in the field. You can see him back there, about 6th or 7th position. The race wasn't going his own way.
Now at this stage, we had Kazma back in P4. A couple of places behind him was his teammate. And P2 yesterday, McKinley Carl Paz.
That was a big one. That was the move that they moved Kazma Daniel up into third position. This was really the start of his charge. Then we saw this incident, 2 riders going down into turn 12, and Reza Danica Arends was one of those riders looking dejected as he walks away. Anypart was good on the brakes though, all race, wasn't he? You could see there. And unfortunately, that was the end of the race for Saifud Azman on board bike number 63.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of crashes just in that 1/3 race distance. So at this point, Kazma was away. And the question was, after Anupab got clear of the group behind him, would he be able to catch up? That is about as close as he got.
That battle for those 4 riders was extremely close. And you can see they're almost becoming together between Wahyu Negro, the Indonesian rider, and Tanat, the Thai rider. At that stage, Tanat was on a bit of a charge too. He'd come from a fair way back to bring himself up into that battle for 3rd place. Look at the flapping on the side of the fairing there. I think that was Helmi Azman's machine, wasn't it? That's
yeah.
Obviously a bit of contact somewhere has ripped one of the stickers off the side of the machine. Helmi Azman tried up the inside, couldn't quite get there in the end.
Yeah, it was an easy win in the end, as Anupab had, he said, maybe electronic, but probably fuel problems. And this was a fantastic battle behind him. Celebrations for the Malaysian.
Yeah, the eventual winning margin, 1.2 seconds over Anupab and Adinat Putra, putting in a great ride to take that last place on the podium.
From
after yesterday's race win.
Team, Anupab Sarmun. And your race winner from Hongleong Yamaha Racing, Kazma Daniel Kazmayudin. And the best team for the ARC Supersport 600 Race 2, Hongleong Yamaha Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia. And now to present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Tanaisri Chanvitayarom, Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, to the podium. In 3rd place, from Indonesia, Muhammad Adinanta Putra. In 2nd place, from Thailand, Anupab Sarmun. And your race winner from Malaysia, Kazma Daniel Kazmayudin. And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat, FIM Asia President, to the podium. And the best team for the Supersport 600 Race 2, Hongleong Yamaha Racing. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Tanay Sri Chanvitayarom and Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiet to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the Supersport 600 race winners. And a big thank you once again to Mr. Tanay Sri Chanvitayarom and Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiet for presenting the awards to our winners.
Well, and after an up and down weekend for the Hongliong Yamaha team, it is Adinata Putra for Astra Honda that leaves here with 41 points to lead the championship by 10 points. And Yapab Samoon in second. Waihu Negro back there in third place. And Kazma Daniel, the race win, got him 25 points. Of course, the no score yesterday, fourth place in the championship.
Yep. Okay, Tanat Longplau was next up. And we'll just flip the page, I think. Take a look at the rest of the standings.
One more class coming up this afternoon at this first round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships at the Chang International Circuit. ASB 1000 up next.
Idemitsu IRG7, race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated.
And welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. This is the first round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships, and we're getting ready for the final race on today's program. It is the ASB 1000 race, and yesterday we saw Nakarin Aratirapuvapat take the race win by 0.2 of a second after there was some very hasty changing of tyres, Barry, early on because the rain had come down. The track was drying very, very quickly. They went out and did their warm-up laps on wet tyres, but by the time the race got underway, pretty much everybody on slicks.
Most of them did 2 passes through the pit lane, but this is how the race went on as they all started on slicks.
You can see the wet patches on the inside of the straight there as they made their way down towards turn 1 for the first time, and there was dark and threatening clouds in the sky. But early on, it was Zakwin Zahidi that had a pretty good lead. And back in second place was another one of the Hondas. And you can see there Hafiz sliding the Ducati V4R into the corner early on. and the race was reduced down to, I think it was about 8 laps, and there was that big moment. Lucky not to go down there, the rider on board bike number 25, Aslan Shah.
Yeah, that still gave me a sharp intake of breath, even though I knew what the outcome was going to be.
Yeah, it was a very, very close run thing, and I think that was pretty much the end of Aslan's race yesterday.
But yeah, it was this battle at the front in the end between Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan, who's been looking really resurgent all the way through this weekend. There is Azroy having a battle there.
The second
Shah all the way through. Sorry, Phil.
Second of the BMWs, Apiwath, was also going well as well. On board bike number 24. The BMWs, as we mentioned yesterday too, Barry, the fastest bikes out there on track, 306.8 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, and there was a battle behind these two between Apiwat and Hafiz Shirin at the end. Andy Farid queuing up as we got into the late stages as well.
There was Nakarin on the 41 machine for the Honda Racing Thailand team, and Zakwan Zahidi for the Honda Racing Malaysia team that would fight it all the way to the flag. You can see there, Nakarin just managing to hold off his Honda riding adversary.
Yeah, teammates last season in the Honda Dream Asia Racing team, then split into their national constituents. That was the decisive move.
Yeah, but also too, that was one of the best bits of the race. The way he was able to slide that bike in there and maintain control. He lost all his drive on the way out, probably lost the race there, but the control on display, absolutely unbelievable. And that was what allowed Nakarin to just get enough of a lead that as they came to the line, he was able to take the race win by a very, very small margin.
Yeah, first race win here at home in Thailand for Nakarin at Turut Kluverpat. There they go through turn 10, then just flip it right to turn 11.
You can see the lead that he had out of there. He'd broken the back of the challenge from Zakwan Zahidi. So they came down to the last corner. He was late on the brakes, had the narrow line as well. There was no way up the inside. And he came round to take the race win. After only tasting a second place in last year's championship, he starts off the 2025 season in the perfect possible way, taking the race win, and Fiz Sirin on the podium as well in third.
Yeah, he did a good job of mugging Apiwat for P3, Hafiz Shirin for JDT Ducati.
Do you reckon the way the team was dancing there, Barry, that the Honda Thailand team was pretty happy with yesterday's result?
They were jubilant. Nakarin is such a popular rider, and they knew this race win was coming. There we are, 12 corners. You can see some fast turns, heavy braking at turns 1, 3 and 12.
Well, we've also seen that turn 12 has been the decisive factor in so many races this weekend. And yesterday it was the smart riding from Nakarin that got him into that corner in a position where there was no challenge or no way that Zakwan Zahidi could come back and challenge him in the end.
Yeah, and as we look there at the Dunlop Tyre Technicians, there is a tyre there with a pink flash, which is a soft rear. And so let's go down to Daniel on the grid for more news.
It's the final race, and we're on the grid now, and the noise is just about to begin. We're going to chat with the man who was on pole and really put in a good fight in yesterday's race, in race 1. Zakwan Zaidi is just having a moment to himself. I'm going to ask Zakwan real quick. So, Zakwan, yesterday was a fantastic race from you, a brilliant battle, but ultimately second. Now, it's a fully dry track, and you start from pole. What do you think you're going to do?
Yeah, I think like this condition, maybe, yeah, I try my best to push, and you know, as we know that this condition is hot, so we try to manage the tire, and yeah, we see how in the race. For sure, I want to win, and I try my best, for sure.
Thank you, Zakwan. Looking forward to it. Good luck. And now we're going to head down to row 3 to a rider who we actually expected to qualify higher, especially with the performances he had on Friday, all throughout the practice sessions. It was the fastest rider on track come Friday practice. It was Apiwat Wangtananon. When he threw his leg over in this BMW, he looked absolutely at home. He's just having a quick word with Mr. Tanasri. He's going to interrupt. Okay, so Apiwat, you were absolutely fast on Friday practice sessions, but in the qualifying it didn't really come together, but still quick. How do you feel on the BMW now?
Yeah, the first part is very fast in the bike, yeah, but yeah, the bike have the listening more. I need to learn a lot of the bike. Now it's step by step, and we improve and every session. But let's do, I can do my best, and we will see in the race.
Has Aslan been helping you get used to the BMW?
Yeah, for sure. Aslan is my experience. Yeah, I talk to him a lot, and for riding style and BMW. And I improve step by step.
Thank you so much, Happy. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head down a couple more roads to a current wildcard rider who may or may not be joining for the rest of the season, and we kind of hope he does because he's shown some great potential. It's one of Vorapong's program riders as well. It's Junior Samuel Convento. He's joined us for the opening round of the Asia Road Racing Championship, round 1. And we're just going to let them grab a quick pic, and then we're going to bounce in and interrupt them. We can now. Thank you so much. So, Junior, it's been an improving performance. Every time I've seen you out on track, you look more and more comfortable. How are you feeling for this race?
Yeah, we have the problem with the motorbike, and now we train, and I hope to be best every track. And this race, I hope to good race.
Thanks so much, Junior. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to actually look for some tire information and about the track as well. We're going to look for Sam Salkhan, actually, from Dunlop. And we're just going to walk around the grid through the sea of people and try and see if we can find him in the Dunlop yellow garb. So we'll see if I can find Sal. I think, yes, we have found him. He's right at the edge of the pit wall. So let's have a quick word with Salkhan. Sal, the weather seems a bit cooler this weekend, on this second race day. What are the temperatures looking like in comparison?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty good. We got 50 degrees on track. Although the last 5 minutes, it really feels like it's gotten humid. We got 100% of the guys with the medium rear, and we've only got one other rider who's on pole position, Zach Wan, with the stronger fronts. So we're looking forward to a good race.
So we saw as well in a warm-up in the morning session that some riders were testing that soft compound, but none of them opted for it in the end.
No. I mean, to be honest, I think if the soft went in the morning warm-up, it was purely just for the warm-up. So everybody's gone medium rear.
Thank you so much, Sal. You're welcome. So that brings us to an end for the grid. ASBs are about to go out. Back to Phil and Barry.
Good to get that extra insight from Sal from Dunlop. Always appreciate that, and we appreciate the great work that Dunlop do. But we heard it there. Everybody going on mediums.
Yeah, I think maybe those tyres this morning where everyone was trying different ones, it was just using up the last of their allocation for the weekend and making sure that they had fresh tyres ready for the 13-lap race this afternoon. I think the medium, when speaking to a few of the teams that I did speak to earlier in the weekend, the medium seemed to be the tyre that everyone thought was going to be the best option.
Yeah, and the recommended one. We've seen a few riders try the soft one. There's some focus there.
Yep, Lachlan Epps, the Australian. And we're talking this morning in warm-up, Barry, about riders that have raced in World Championships. Well, he's raced in World Championships, Superbike, Supersport, and also done a lot of other racing as well. But he's found a home here in Asia over the last 4 or so years. Been a regular in the championship.
Yeah, really popular, really competitive. And here is Aslan Shah Kamarazaman on a BMW, as he has been all the way through for the ASB 1000 class, which started in 2019. He was the champion that year, but change of team this season to A1 Energy, which he seems to be very happy with when we were chatting to him earlier.
Yeah, yep, seemed to be very happy. It was great to meet him too, because he's a rider obviously that I've first saw in action about 6 years ago when they came out to Australia. So good to see him doing a great job this weekend on board that brand new BMW.
Yeah.
So I think the bike's only arrived Thursday. So the team have done a sensational job to get a brand new bike race ready for this weekend.
Yeah, there's an interesting hug there from Mr. Suzuki, the team boss of SDG. Came across to give a little hug for Andy Farid Izdihar.
Kito Abe on the SDG Hark Pro Honda Philippines machine. Probably didn't have the weekend that he was hoping coming in here. He's qualified back in 9th position. Of course, the message there about the sad passing of Mark Kyoto, a young Australian racer, last weekend. Unfortunate accident to claim the life of one of the much-loved people of the ASBK paddock. And he was very, very good friends with Patrick Lee. You can see Patrick there, the team owner for MotoGo Yamaha. So Cameron Dunker just sending the message out there to Mark's family.
Yeah, nice touch. And it's good to see Patrick Lee back in this paddock as well.
I think Patrick raced in Supersport 600, wasn't it, a few years ago?
Yes, he did, yeah.
He was a pretty handy rider, Patrick, back in his day.
And he absolutely loves the sport, as we just looked there at Jiu Joe.
The second of the Savitar Team Asia machines, Lachlan Epps' teammate.
New colour scheme for this year. Very good it looks too.
They will have the brand new bikes at the next round as well, I believe. Their bikes arrived, but very late. There's Gary McCoy just making his way off the grid as well. Great to have him here this weekend.
Certainly is, yeah. It's Kita Abe. Oh no, sorry, that's Aslan Shah we're just looking at.
One of the better helmet designs of this weekend as well. There's been some great new helmet designs first round of the championship. They always bring them out, and Aslan Shah's is right up there.
Yeah, he always seems to win that particular award. Award is Zakwan Zaidi set on winning. I think he thought he could win yesterday, but he thinks he can win today because he's got his confidence back after a couple of indifferent seasons. So let's see what the Malaysian, he won the 2022 ASB1000 Championship. He previously won 2 Supersport 600 championships. He's got World Championship experience. And he's still only in his late 20s, so really coming into what should be the peak of his career.
It was also second to Marcus Reiderberger back in 2023 as well. So he's been a consistent front runner at the top of this championship for many, many years. Looking to take the top step once again. He's got off to a pretty good start, qualifying on pole position for this first round of the championship. Was second in yesterday's race. Only 0.2 of a second, so not much in it. He was very close to that race win. But it was the local man with the weight of the crowd on his back, Nakarin, that took the race win yesterday.
Yeah, it was good from Nakarin. He often says that he needs to keep himself calm and that he can be his own worst enemy, but he did it all right yesterday. Here's the grid with Zakwan Zaidi on pole position. Next to him, Nakarin Natirapupat and Hafiz Shirin Abdullah next to him for JDT Racing Team.
Azroy Hakim in position number 4. Lachlan Epps, the Australian, out of position number 5 for Savitar Team Asia. And Aslan Shah on the A1 Energy BMW rounds out row 2.
And on row 3, we've got Apiwat Wongtanan on his new ride, the A1 Energy BMW. Andy Farid Izdihar back on row 3. Kita Abe for STG Hark Pro Honda.
Yeah, the 17-year-old Cameron Dunker on the MotoGo Yamaha will start row 4 out of position number 10. Junior Samuel Coventino out of position number 11. And TU Joe for the Savitar team as well, out of position number 12.
Yeah, Andy Farid Izdihar is going to need a good start.
And for those people as well too that are wondering about Cameron Dunker and where he's come from, he's only 17 years old. He already has a couple of Australian championships to his name and also an Australian Cup championship in the R3 Cup. Supersport 300, Supersport 600, also Mini GP champion in the 190 class in its first year in 2023 as well. 17 years old, has been recognised by some great talent scouts in Australia as certainly one to watch, namely Damien Cudlin, Heath Griffin and also Jamie Stouffer, the 4-time Australian champion. And they've all done a great job in furthering his career. And Patrick Lee has taken charge of that young man and has got big plans for him over the next couple of years.
Yeah, that's quite a record sheet for a 17-year-old.
And he's grown up a lot in the last couple of years, done a lot of racing. Of course, with some international experience now, going to the FIM Mini GP Championship final in Spain a couple of years ago. Still races in the Mini GP Championship now in the open category.
Right, some of these riders occasionally, including Aslan Shah, you even occasionally see him on an underbone just for fun.
Well, small bikes teach you how to ride really hard, and we saw that in the underbone category. And there's a man that's also got a lot of experience coming back from MotoGP to race in the ASB1000. As we get ready to go racing for the final race today, this is going to be an absolute cracker. Zakwan Zahidi starting out of pole position on board bike number 21. Red lights are out and we're away. Look like a pretty good start for all of the riders on that front row of the grid. Someone is on a charge from row 3, making his way up very, very quickly. I think that may have been Aslan on board bike number 24. Both the A1 Energy BMWs were in there pretty hot. And Aslan, I think, has moved up to 5th position already. But as they make their way down towards turn 2 for the first time, turn 3 now, it is the 41 machine of Nakarin, yesterday's race winner, that takes the lead.
Azroy and Apiwat both made good starts. Afisharin taking a nice tight line round turn 3.
Now, look at Lachlan Epis. He's up into 3rd position. Oh, no, it's Fizz. I've got a great run through that corner. He was on the inside. I actually thought because it was the blue colours that it was Lachlan Epis, and put on a great performance there coming out of turn 3. He's gone back 1 position now as Azroy Hakim is up into a 3rd. There goes Epis around the outside there. But Fizz has got to try and get away with these leaders, haven't we? We saw yesterday that he just dropped back a fraction and didn't have any answer for the pace of the Hondas over full race distance.
Yeah, his positioning on the track, Afisharin, really canny. I think this is going to be a much better race for him today than it was yesterday.
Also, the tricky conditions yesterday may have played a factor in the fact that he was 4.9 seconds behind at the finish. Cameron Dunker's got away with them as well.
See how this shakes out as Nakarin leads them through turn 12 for the first time. Going to be another 12 times after this. And it's his good friend, who's from Thailand, Nakarin Sirapuvapat behind him. Sorry, Azroid behind him. And number 21, Zakwan, followed by Apiwat.
Well, the Hondas have been so fast here all weekend, so it's no surprise to see 3 of them leading at the front of this field. The big question is, what can those brand new BMWs do? And at the moment, it is Apiwat that's taken up the challenge to the Honda trio out front. You can see how much extra protection the front end of that BMW offers Apiwat as he's able to get down behind. Look how much higher and taller that screen is. And look, he's not too bad on the brakes either as they go into turn 5.
Yeah, and importantly, he's getting himself... Oh, and down he goes!
He just got a bit of a touch there and he's gone down. He's gone down at one of the very fast corners through that infield section. So Apiwat, unfortunately, an early end for the A1 Energy BMW rider.
Well, we weren't expecting that. It looked as though he got himself into a good position for the exit of turn 6, because you need to come out of that turn tight. But it was a touch and down he went.
Not sure which one of the Hondas it was that he had the incident with. We'll get a replay of it here.
I think it was Andy. Oh no.
No, that's just the back end of it. You see, unfortunately, tumbling away. So they're bringing the bike over. Well, the other thing is that with only 12 riders in the field, if the bike was able to get going again, you think you'd want to get some points. Maybe it was at Zakwan Zahidi that he actually had the encounter with. Yeah. Now, as one of those 3 Hondas out front, at the moment it is Nakarin on 41 that leads from Azroy Hakim that's in the 2nd position.
Yes, Azroy, and I'll tell you who's coming now. You can see him there, the number 23, just scrapping with Aslan as they have done for the last 2 laps around turn 3. So it's Azroy in looking good in P2, but I think Aslan and Andy Farid is Dihar.
Well, remember, Andy Farid was 2nd in the championship last year. I was actually surprised when he qualified back in 8th position as well. Didn't have the race yesterday that he would have liked. Came up 2 points short of the championship last year too, so he's certainly making to make amends in this one. He's got to try and deal with that very fast BMW, and it's pretty hard to try and overtake on the brakes when the bike in front of you is capable of doing nearly 307 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, the Hondas are quick as well, but those BMWs, well, actually Andy Farid's got the fastest top speed now.
Yeah, 304.2 for him in this race. Top speed's a little bit down to what they were yesterday in the qualifying sessions. I think that was where the BMWs recorded that 306.8. Dive on the brakes there from Zakwan Zahidi to move up into a 2nd position. So it's still the 3 Hondas that lead. Nakarin, Azroy and Zakwan Zahidi now up into 2nd position.
And Aslan's right up with him then. And that means that Andy Farid is up with him as well. And as this race goes on, you'd have to fancy Andy Farid is the half to move up a little bit further. Here comes Aslan again, taking a wide line this time. Andy goes up in front of him.
Well, Aslan's last win was actually at this circuit, the first race of the first round last year. So he's had a bit of a drought in relation to getting on the top step of the podium. Would love to put that brand new BMW up there. But he's now got 4 Hondas ahead of him that he's got to try and manage.
Yeah, Andy got ahead of him that time. And still 10 laps remaining. That's plenty of time for the Andy Farid late race advantage to kick in.
And also Hafiz as well, still trying to hang on to that group. Just at the back there, you can see Lachlan Epps just behind Kito Abe on board bike number 39. So still hanging in there, which is about 10 odd Ks down in top speed. Oh, no, Aslan's got in there too deep. He'll drop to the back of this group now on board the 25 machine.
Yeah, he tucks in behind Lachlan Epps.
Now we'll see a drag race down this straight. We'll see the difference in top speed between the old and new BMWs.
Yeah, Nakarin stretches his lead, but it's Honda 1, 2, 3, 4. Ducati 5. Honda 6.
Yeah, that lead just seems to have appeared out of absolutely nowhere as the two Hondas drift in there. Oh, Andy Farid, you see him sliding the bike in there.
Yeah, he took 2 riders there. 3 if you count Aslan, who went wide.
That's probably what created that gap a little bit more as well, because none of them went in there with the optimum speed. They all came out a little bit drive compromised onto the start-finish straight, and that's allowed Nakarin to open up a gap bordering on 1 second.
Yeah, we've got Andy Farid there in P4. He's taking a look. He's dispensed with Aslan Shah.
Well, I think Aslan Shah dispensed of himself, really, with the braking error. Well, look at that. Yeah, I think Shah might have a problem. He's obviously got a problem because he's dropped way back behind Lachlan Epps now. We'll keep our eye on his lap time.
So teething troubles, it seems, for the A1.
Yeah, but a 37.8 on the last lap. That was because he ran wide at turn 12. He's not going to be much faster on this lap. Look how much distance he's lost now. There's obviously some sort of problem with that Aslan Shah's machine.
Andy Farid comes through. He's so good at turn 12. You wouldn't want to bet against him if he's in P2 on the final time.
I think that gap's come down a little bit too, Barry, hasn't it, on that last lap? Zakwin Zahidi. Yeah, a 1/10 of a second he's taken out of Nakarin's lead. All of the riders in the top group, apart from Andy Farid, Izdihar, setting their fastest laps of the race on that last lap. Top speed is still Andy Farid with a 304.2. The BMW's just managed to crack 300, but not anything to fight with the Hondas.
Yeah, and Shirin going backwards.
Yeah, Kito Abe on a bit of a charge now on board bike number 39. That's the SDG Honda Hawk Pro machine from the Philippines. He was, if I remember correctly, the latter stages of yesterday's race, he came a long way forward over the last 3 or 4 laps or so to eventually finish in 5th position.
Yeah, that was a really good race by Kito Abe yesterday. Having another good one today by the look of it.
And 8 laps to, well, 7.5 laps to still go for these riders in the ASB1000 category.
And sadly, the 2 BMWs out of contention, it seems. One of them definitely is.
Aslan's still circulating around, but his lap times are still back in the 37s. Epps is doing low 36s on board the old BMW. Speaking to Greg Epps from the Savitar team, he actually said that one of the reasons why they decided to not try and get the new bike ready was going into the first round. They didn't want to risk any mechanical issues, and they thought that they would be better off to try and save the bike for the second round and just run the bike that they know in this first round. In the end, it's probably going to pay dividends for them.
Yeah, thing to watch out for now, I think, Phil, is going to be that lead of Nakarin's, which he stretched last time around by 1/10 of a second. but Andy Farid is now in P2.
Yeah, Zakwan back to, well, we've got another
junior out for Victor Racing.
Problem on the Yamaha. Cameron Dunker still holding down 9th position. 37.7 from him on the last lap. That's not his fastest lap of the weekend, but this weekend has been a massive learning curve for the 17-year-old Australian. Nakarin still just managing to hold them off, but I think you're right, that distance now looks like it's visually closed down, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me, but...
No, I don't think they are, because it looks the same to me. We'll find out in only a couple of corners' time, because they will be coming round to complete 7 laps.
This is the Andy Farid Izdihar MO. He comes strong in the second half of the race. We're just in the second half of the race now. And he's placed very, very well.
Well, he qualified, I think it was 8th, came through to 6th in yesterday's race in the tricky conditions.
Yeah, he took 2/10 out of Nakarin that time around.
Yep, the gap down to 0.7 of a second. And Hafiz doing a fast lap at 36.6. But Kito Abe setting his fastest lap of the race with a 36.163 as well. So nudging 300 kilometres an hour as well for Kito Abe on board bike number 39. You can see him there on the SDG Park Pro machine.
SDG certainly know how to put Hondas together, that's for sure.
From what I've seen so far this weekend, Barry, if there's a Honda team in this championship, they know how to put Hondas together because they're all being so rapidly fast.
Yeah,
and
very true.
Trick-looking machines too. When you get up close, you can see there that Showa front end on board the Honda machine with the blue nitride coating on board the forks, the big brake discs and the big Nissan brakes on there.
Yeah, Zakwan having a look at the back of Andy Farid, so that could be good news for Nakarin at the front if they slow each other up. Nakarin doing a really, really decent job there, keeping cool.
So it is still the Honda Thailand machine that leads in the hands of Nakarin Aratirpupapat. The lead at the last lap was 0.7 of a second. We think that gap has come down a fraction. And Andy Farid Izdihar, he's on a charge, he was on a charge, he's lost the core, he's lost the front end into turn 12. He throws his hands in the air in desperation. He's got to try and get the bike going. He knows that points are up for grabs still. He wants the marshals to come over and give him a hand to pick the bike up. But that would put Zakwan Zahidi back up into a second position. And the gap back to Zakwan from Nakarin is 1 second. We'll have a replay now of this incident. You can see he's holding onto the brakes, tips it into the corner, and the front end just cries enough, and down he goes. That is the end of the challenge.
That's it, a rare mistake for Andy Farid Izdihar. We used to see him occasionally make an error when he was in 600s 3 years or so ago, but he's out this time. So Astra Honda, nothing else to look at, so they go out to the back of the garage.
So the rider in second place in the championship from last year has had a weekend to forget here at the Chang International Circuit.
There's a lot of race distance to go, 5 laps.
I thought he might have tried to pick the bike up and at least get some championship points. Looks like he has. Looks like he has picked the bike up, Barry. He's picked the bike up and he's back circulating again. And if he can stay where he is, he's going to pick up some points for ninth place. So he lost the championship last year by 2 points. He knows how important a couple of championship points is come the final tally.
Absolutely. So last time around, there was a second between Nakarin and Zakwan.
Now we've got 4 Hondas in the lead group now.
This time is 0.8.
Just having a look at the timing monitor. Kito Abe has just done one of his faster laps in this race, only 1/10 of a second slower than what his fastest lap was. So he's consistently lapping in the low 36s. In fact, of the lead 4, Kito Abe was actually the fastest rider on the last lap. And here he comes trying to put a move on Azroy Hakim. Can't quite get up the inside of the 20 machine.
Yeah, getting more and more confident on that SDG Honda. Kito Abe. 2 rookies there in this class. Kito Abe and Azroy Anwar.
You can see that the riders are starting to really feel the heat now, because the heat is hot out there, and we're currently coming round to complete 10 laps. So there'll be 3 laps to go at the completion of this lap. The lead, I think that may have come down a fraction again. I think Zakwan Zahidi has actually started to up his pace. We will keep an eye on the timing monitors as they come round to complete this lap. But on the last lap, he was 0.2 of a second faster than our race leader, Nakarena Tirapuvapat.
The gap visually looks smaller, we'll soon see.
Turn 12, the corner that claimed the race of Andy Farad Izdihar. Only a couple of laps to go. Across the line they go. The gap is down to 0.5 of a second, Barry. So you picked that up perfectly. The lap on the last one there, a 1:36.6, was over 0.2 of a second faster for Zakwan Zahidi.
Yeah, so here he goes. And this is a big test for Nakarin to see how he can manage the lead. This will be the first time he's really needed to do that. This is a really good test. And Kito Abe making a determined move, determined progress towards the Honda of Azroy. Down through turn 4.
I reckon that gap's come down a fraction more too. And look at this charge from Kito Abe. He was momentarily up into a 3rd position, but he's gone back to 4th now behind Azroy Hakim.
Oh,
Malaysia doing a good job. Kito Abe gets him on the crossover, the change of direction there.
That was really well judged.
Love the body language.
Yeah.
Body language, you can see he's getting all physical and really starting to wrestle that machine.
Yeah, he needed a tight exit to turn 7, and he did exactly that right. And he got himself inside and blocked.
The question is, has Azroy got an answer on the brakes down at turn 12? No, I think Kito's got him covered. Well, you can see there he was very keen to get on the gas. The bike just started to spin up a little bit, but I think the electronics probably helped him catch that one. The gap at the front is stagnant at 0.5 of a second on the last lap, Barry. There was literally 0.02 of a second between the lap times of Nakarin in the lead and Zakwan Zahidi in second.
Yeah, this is really shaping up to a grand finale. And on the right of your screen, you're looking at the Honda Racing Malaysia pit of Azroy and the SDG pit lower down to team owner and great character, Mr. Suzuki. He looks like he's enjoying himself.
He's got a smile on his face and his rider's doing a great job. The Fizz Siren on the JDG Ducati also trying desperately to hang on to the back of these 2 riders. Interesting that Nakarena Tirapuvapat, his last lap was only a couple of only a 1/10 of a second off his fastest lap of the race. And 0.2 of a second off Zakwan Zahidi's fastest lap for him on the last lap as well. So they've been maintaining great consistency over the last few laps.
Yeah, it's a really good test for Nakarin.
Just interesting to see what the gap is at the end of this lap, because there will be 1 lap to go. Is it enough that Zakwan Zahidi can claw back and challenge on the last race? No, I don't think that gap is not achievable to be made up in 1 lap. And all Nakarin's got to do is play this one smart, as the last lap is now underway. Nakarin leads by over a second. Over a second. I think that the challenge from Zakwan Zahidi has been broken by Nakarin, the Thai rider, looking to make it 2 from 2 here at his home circuit at the Chang International Circuit at Buriram in Thailand. The Honda Racing Thailand team will be celebrating in style if he can take 2 wins at the first round in front of an adoring home crowd. Kito Abe is also looking to take that step up onto the podium after a 5th place in yesterday's race as well.
SDG will be celebrating as well, because it really looks like a plan coming together for that team and for Kito Abe.
Corners are dwindling down now for Nakarin. Looking smooth and composed on this last lap despite the Considerable pressure that had been applied for the whole race distance by Zakwin Zahidi on board bike number 21.
That's a very comfortable lead at the front for the Thai rider.
There they go, they're getting ready to start celebrating. They know that it's going to be could be a pivotal weekend for the team to take 2 wins in front of their home fans.
Look how hard he's pushing. Kito Abe really keeping the pressure on.
Now he can't see that he's actually, I think, broken the back of the challenge of Azroy. One more corner to safely negotiate for Nakarin Tirapuvapat to make it a perfect weekend. 2 race wins and 50 points to start off the 2025 championship. And he celebrates across the line with a wheelie. The team celebrate as well. Zakwin Zahidi will take second place. Second place in both races for the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia team. And Kito Abe will take his first step onto the podium in 2025. Congratulations to those 3. What a race. Azroy will take 4th and Hafiz will take 5th.
Absolutely. And the celebrity waving the flag there has clearly had some training from the marshals. It's very good action.
Doing a very good job. Importantly, Barry, we saw that Andy Ferrid was making a big challenge towards the lead. He should come round and take points for 9th position. That could be telling at the last round of the championship when the final championship points are tallied up.
Sure, because we have to assume that Andy Ferrid is going to regain his form. But what a weekend it's been for Nakarin Tirapuvapat. Qualified second, and he's taken 2 P1s to go away with a perfect 50 points for the weekend. Lothar Nefis took 7th, just behind Aslan Shah in the end.
Yes, Aslan did recover, so I'm not sure what that mechanical issue was, but he was able to circulate around at consistent pace. In fact, his last lap was 1 second off his previous best. So perfect weekend for Nakarin Tirapuvapat. After 13 laps, he took the race win by 1.2 seconds over Zakwin Zahidi, and Kito Abe rounds out your podium.
Azroy Hakim Anwar had a real good battle with Kito Abe, but came in 4th place. Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing, 5th for him. Aslan Shah, good battle by Aslan, but couldn't quite put it together.
And Lachlan Eppes takes 7th. Cameron Dunker takes 8th place. Good consistent weekend for the young Australian, having his first outing in the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. Andy Farad Izdahar, a very important pick up the bike after a crash and to get home to the finish in 9th place. Although he was 1 minute behind the race leader, very important points to you, Joe. 1 lap down, and unfortunately Junior Samuel Coventino and Apiwa did not finish the race.
Yeah, so plenty of drama again, not quite as nail-biting as it was in race 1, but the celebrations in the Honda Racing Thailand team are going to be something to behold.
And I think Zakwan's probably going to be celebrating as well, because to leave the first round with 2 second places, 40 points, is a pretty good result overall. You have to expect that the Thai rider is going to be pretty good at his home circuit. Boyd, it's like trying to play a football match or something against the home team and thinking that you're going to come away with the win all the time. He's got that extra level of enthusiasm, I suppose you could say. Great ride from that guy there, Kito Abe, to take out 3rd position.
I really think that's a well-executed plan for SDG. I think that's as good as they could have hoped for this weekend. He improved right from the official test through to race 2 today.
And he had to come back from a fairway back on the grid as well. They qualified in 9th position, so that's the 3rd row of the grid. There's the celebrations though for Nakarin. Honda Thailand team, jubilant.
So Thai flag gets draped around his neck.
So they've been through some flags this weekend. The Indians have had a massive weekend. The Indonesians have had a massive weekend. The Thai riders have put on some great performances in front of their home crowd as well.
Absolutely. And now a win, 2 second places and a win for the home team. And everybody intact, just looking at the ambulance going across there.
Well, that's a good result. The actual crashes in that race look like all of the riders were able to get up and walk away from them.
And now apart from it, a celebration is going on around for Nakarin. But one of the riders really impressed us is the one to finish in P3, Kito Abe. So Kito, welcome to the podium of the ASB1000s. You rode a fantastic race. We saw it coming and coming and coming, and ultimately P3 on round 1. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's a wonderful day because I mistake the qualify and the P9, and but I focused on the front, so I can get the podium. So I'm so happy, and I want to say thank you my team, my family, my old sponsor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kito. Fantastic race. And now we're gonna get another rider in for the Park Ferme interviews. We're gonna get in Zakwan Zaidi. Trying to get Zakwan, just having a quick debrief. Another brilliant weekend for Zakwan as well, a double P2 for him. So despite not a victory, still a fantastic chunk of points for Zakwan. So let's get Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan, another fantastic result for you. Good chunk of points, but this time Nakarin beat you to it with that gap. How was that race for you this time?
Yeah, I think in the first start, I was not so bad in the P2. I tried to manage the tire, but suddenly in the 3 or 4 lap, I see that somebody was fighting with me, and Nakarin was pulled away. And I said, it's difficult to manage. I tried to push, but finally I decided cannot catch him. And yeah, maybe our place is P2 is also a great job, but we will working for next round. Hopefully I will be better, and I want to thanks to the team again. They make a great job, so yeah, I keep pushing in the next round.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Big congratulations to you. Fantastic weekend. And now we're going to try and get the race winner, Nakarin Atira Puvapat. A nice acknowledgement there between Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi. And now
So we just lost Daniel for a moment there. Hopefully we'll be back with him.
And now the man of the hour, Nakarin Atira Puvapat, the double on home soil. You controlled that race from the start to the finish. It was a bit cooler, but you managed it really, really well. How was it out there?
Yeah, today coming hot and high temperature on the track. So less pace. It's not so fast, but I try to concentrate on myself, my riding, and looking on the front. Just I try to attack from the beginning. So I look 1 second. Okay, I control pace. But in the end, Zakwan is coming. I feel more tired, but I control. Finally, it's perfect race and perfect weekend. Also happy for home race to make a very good. I don't know how to say, but very happy. Thank you to all and all my team and all fans in Thailand, my family, and yeah, and everything. I will try to keep ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nakarin. Big congratulations to you.
Well, I love the emotion there, Barry. That was a great interview.
He expressed himself beautifully, didn't he?
And I enjoyed that just as much as I enjoyed his performance in the race. He got off to a great start, slotted into second as they went through turn 1 for the first time. But the big interest was that the BMW of Aslan Shah and also AP250 as well was they were on a charge pretty early.
Yep, and Zakwan really trying to make sure that Nakarin couldn't get away. And you see really good early pace from Azroy as well.
Also, have a look how far back Kito Abe was in the first lap of the race. And then unfortunately it was AP250 that went down on board bike number 24. A little bit of a contact there between himself and one of the rampaging Hondas at the front, but unfortunately an early end to the race for the BMW rider.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, and it seemed that the BMW of Aslan Shah wasn't working perfectly.
He had a bit of a moment on the brakes and ran wide at turn 12 that dropped him back a fair way. He was able to recover a position towards the end of the race. But about half race distance, the gap had opened up for Nakarina Tirapuvapat, and then he held it between that 3/4 of a second and 1 second. It did come down to about half a second, I think, at one lap as Zakwan Sahidi made a bit of a charge, but then that was that big moment for Andy Farid Izdihar, who was really charging forward. Importantly, he picked the bike up and kept going, scoring points.
Yeah, that was a real challenge from Andy Farid, but he just overcooked it. So he was out, and that was left to Zakwan to see what he could do about Nakarin. Nakarin knew he was there, and I think the fact that he was able to manage the gap as well as he did speaks volumes about his maturity as a rider now. And Kito Abe, that was a plan coming together, wasn't it?
It certainly was. He'd put in a great ride. He'd made his way forward just as he did in yesterday's race. Eventually got the better of Azroy and also Fiz Syrin. But no one could get near this man, especially over the final laps of the race. He eventually took the race win by 1.2 seconds over Zakwan Zahidi, the hometown hero. It was Nakarin Aratirapuvapat on the Honda Thailand machine.
Beautifully done, and beautifully celebrated, and a great interview too. So off we go to the podium. Or I guess we will be going to, Daniel will be on the microphone once the riders all get themselves there. The podium here right opposite the main grandstand. Got the sun just going down here in Buriram, sunset around about 6 o'clock. Photographers wait for the riders that have closed out this wonderful day's racing here at Chang International Circuit. So they're having a debrief.
You can see the top three having a bit of a discussion there about how the race went down.
Mr. Tanasiri, the Managing Director of Chang International, having a word there as well. And the gentleman with the Honda badge on his shirt is the big boss of Honda Racing Thailand, so he'll be very happy. He was very happy when I had a chat with him at lunchtime, actually.
Would have been a good result for that, well, the Thailand Honda concern over all of the races this weekend.
Yeah, so the riders are ready. We'll be listening to the Thai national anthem once again.
Everybody's just waiting to get up onto this podium, celebrate the final race of the day.
And so the dignitaries around there, Mr. Alak in the Honda shirt. And just to the right is Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia president.
He's been here since Friday afternoon, watching all of the racing.
So it looks like the riders are coming up onto the podium now. There goes Kito Abe, our third place finisher. And as we said, SDG, that will have been really what they were hoping for this weekend to get their new rider on. Here comes a happy Zakwan. He will be happy with 2 P2s this weekend. And next time out, he faces Nakarin, and the others will be at Sepang. And there is our double race winner, Nakarin Tirapuvapat, known locally as Chip Nakarin. He mounts the top step again. And so we will be listening now to the national anthem as Mr. Alak takes position to receive the team award. 3 flags fly high above the podium, the highest of them being the Thai flag, then the Malaysian, then the Japanese flags. As Mr. Toyokazu Handa, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific, this fantastic partner that this series has, gives the 3rd place award to Kito Abe. And once again, 2nd place award to Zakwan Zaidi. And again, the race winners trophy awarded to Nakarin Atirapupat for Honda Racing Thailand. And the team award next will be awarded by Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiat, the FIM Asia President. Will be taken by Mr. Alak, who has done so much for so many decades for motorcycle racing in Thailand. Big smiles. Couldn't have rounded off the day better so far as he's concerned, or indeed the Thai fans in the grandstand opposite could be concerned.
Race 2 winners.
So photo time for the assembled dignitaries. And then they'll vacate the podium, leave it to the riders for their photographs and celebrations. Let's take a look at the championship standings.
Yeah, Nakarino Tirapuvapat, perfect weekend for him, Barry. As we've mentioned, 50 points. He leads the championship heading into round 2 at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. Zakwan Zahidi will be fast there on his home track. He comes out of round 1 with 40 points. And Kito Abe, top 3, finishing for the weekend on 27 points, level with Hafiz Sayarin as well on 27 points.
Yeah, Azra Hakim Anwar, he's had a very decent weekend for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. 21 points he goes away with. Aslan Shah for A1 Energy BMW goes away with 19 points. He's 6th in the standings. Andy Farid Istihar, only not as many points as we could have expected. He goes away with 17 and is 7th.
Yeah, Lachlan Eppes rounds out that top 8 on 16 points, and Cameron Dunker takes 14 points away from his first weekend racing in the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. A great result for the 17-year-old from Kurri Kurri in Newcastle.
Wonderful stuff, and there is the calendar as we know it. We will be at Sepang next, then we'll be going to the amazing mobility resort at Motegi, then we'll be going to Mandalika for round 4. We wait with bated breath to hear about where round 5 is going to be, and we'll be back here at Chang International Circuit at the beginning of December for the final round. Phil, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you this weekend. Thanks for stepping in, and it's been an absolute blast.
Yep, I've had a great time. The racing's been sensational and great to work with you once again, Barry, and congratulations to all of our race winners and podium getters this weekend. You put on a great show.
Amen to that, and we will see you in Sepang.
Idemitsu IRG7, race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu engine oils are precise.